right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another fantastic Scrubs Qualifier live race. We've got half of an ad percent up on the screen. I also have to fix someone's crop, so that's great. But I just wanted to say this is going to be a really fun race. We have 4 amazing runners, and we have 2 great commentators who are going to take you through this. Let's go ahead and introduce them. We have Feels Good Man TV and Arugula. Say hi.
Hello, welcome.
Going, guys.
All right, so we have almost everyone readied up, and once they are, we'll go ahead and get started.
Sounds good. So welcome everyone. This is our second qualifying race for season 2. It is bigger than the first one. We've got 50. Yes, that's 50 participants. So we're looking for a pretty hype race. So how is everyone as we get ready to start? Almost everyone's readied up, so it should be just a couple more minutes.
Felix wanting a bad seed. The stone start. Oh yes. We'll see about that. Yes, that familiar smell.
Felix, I'm pretty sure it's a bad
We'll
seed if and only if you join.
Yes, that's a good point.
You've just had some awful luck lately.
Something tells me Felix enjoys that.
I think many of us do, as long as we're not the ones racing.
Oh yes. Yes. W. Right. Any predictions? Is this going to be an AD seed? What are we thinking here?
AD for Lens, maybe?
AD for Lens, yes. Ooh, World Tour. Lots of possibilities here. We really just started this season, so do weigh the hero wallet for Slingshot.
That would be pretty good. Yeah.
How do you come up with this stuff?
It's happened to each of us before.
All right.
I will say that each of these runners did not participate in the first live race, so while a couple of them have requested asyncs, this is their first live race of the season. Let's see if there are any nerves involved. Let's see how they adjust to these settings.
Yes.
All right, and it looks like we're getting started.
Great. Okay, first let's talk about tunic colors. See here we have vanilla mix and a goldfish with a beige color.
I like the blue one best.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'm gonna go with that one as well, since it's my favorite one here. Right, let's see if there's anything in this. Iron boots.
Iron boots and the Zora tunic.
And oh, hello.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got boot percent complete.
Yes. This link just for a Foot Locker. That's about right. See if there's anything out in the sword chest.
Alright, Cesar skipping the Kokiri sword chest. I think that play works when Mido's house is barren. You hope to see a hint. I don't really have strong feelings on it one way or the other when you find things in Mido's house. You'll get to it pretty soon afterwards anyways.
Yes. Oh, and it looks like it paid off. All we get is 20 bucks. Which I'm sure those shoes that you just took from Mido's house are worth that.
All right,
Right.
so what openings do we think we're going to see from our runners? Cesar heading to South Hyrule. Do you think we'll see some early adult plays?
It's a possibility. I think anything goes here. Was that Deku Tree Baron? Yes, that's
Yep,
Deku Tree Baron.
Deku is Baron.
Right.
So
I
that's
think
it.
you'll get all sorts of things. Probably you get some 3-song. Probably get some really Deku or really adult. We'll see here, but it looks like Scissor is going to South Hyrule, as you mentioned.
Yeah, that is Boomerang on 20 skulls. So we will see if that's required. That does mean that they'll need to get 20 skulls without the boomerang. Not an impossible task by any means. It just slows it down a little bit.
Where's that hint for the 20 on Boomerang?
By the Kokiri Forest Storms Grotto.
I got it.
All right, so we're going to see a lot of early castle plays. We'll see if that translates into early adult, or I know some runners like to do 1 song. We could see 3-song as well.
Yes. Possibly 2 songs.
That's true. In terms of the qualifiers, some of it is a little bit secretive. Runners earn qualifier points based on their results compared to the average time of the middle 50%. And then they're arranged according to those, and a group of 40 consecutive runners who are of roughly equivalent skill will be chosen for the qualifying round, or for the bracket round.
Right, so we got Nut Upgrade on Slingshot game, and then it looked like a wallet on Richard. Nothing home to write about at the moment. Alright, Goldfish making a beeline for the hints. You're undead.
And remember, Big Goron is a sometimes hint on these settings, so wasn't guaranteed, but always nice to see.
Looks like Minuet was our OT song.
Okay,
QBXR.
so that does have the possibility to trip up some of the less experienced runners, depending on where Saria's is. So Mido Skip is always an option, so that shouldn't cause a problem for many people here, but we don't assume knowledge of any tricks. Some of our runners probably are not comfortable with Mido Skip if Saria's is late, especially at Minuet. So that could force AD for logical AD for some runners.
Yes, very good point.
Force Medallion to Donga, so that's always nice to see. Hopefully an early song. Baron Stone Deku. Well, Stone Shadow is always interesting with these lens settings. So if you're not familiar with the scrub settings, remember that lens is required logically past the invisible moving platform, so for the back half of Shadow. So if we find lens in a way of the hero area, it could be pointing to an item back there, it could be pointing to completion of Shadow for logical AD, or it could be bait, or it could be for the other normal uses of lens that you see under weekly settings.
But of course. I always want to see the bait.
The lens settings are changed from Season 1, so it's not lens everywhere, but lens is expected for Crossing the Wasteland, the chest minigame, and the back half of Shadow. So Stone Shadow makes lens a bit more manga-esque, if you will, but it's going to be interesting.
Mr. Martin, how you doing? Let's see here. It was Epona's on ZL check. Anything I'm here yet in Kuriko? Looks like so far we don't have very much except for our kicks, so...
Well, let's see if Kakariko pays out here. It normally does.
Especially with the storm check. To see now.
Yes, I believe Goldfish does play on keyboard. It is worth noting that the winner of Group A in Season 1 also plays on keyboard. So, especially at this level, it doesn't have to be an impediment. You get good at it, you learn alternate movement tricks, and often that means that you are putting in effort on movement that other people aren't, and you see the results.
It's like that was Prelude in the storm check, and the windmill check, so we don't have... It's not going to help you very much in terms of progression, but it's certainly... And looks like
Storms from Malin.
Bait of the Well, anyone?
Well, when you have early storms, well is not a bad play. It can be bait, as we all know, but it's pretty much the definition of a 50-50 in Zooter. There's a 50% chance that there is a hard required item there, and a 50% chance that there isn't.
Percent of the chance it works 100%.
Welcome on in, Alfalfa. We were just talking about you and your success on keyboard.
See here, what's on the graveyard ledge? It looks like container within the silo in Lon Lon Ranch. It looks like we don't have very much going on. Too exciting so far.
No, but the items have to be out there somewhere. Especially with Deku Baron. So that's going to put a really big improvement on the overworld locations. We know there's got to be something there.
Chickens, right?
Hey, it could be. 8% chance that chickens are hard required.
And looks like Scissors making a play for Deku. Don't think he got the memo.
No, which is a shame. I mean, it only costs you a few minutes. Oh, looky there on Doc Heap's side. That is a hook shot.
Oh, is that that French vanilla?
Not bad, and Goldfish about to pick that up. Any guesses on the time for Goldfish's Dante race? I'm going to say 55.
Chat, put out your guesses for the time. Shot fell out of the chest. Yes, it seems like that. It's like, at least it's there. Still use it, right? It's not completely broken.
So incidentally, since I don't know if it's explicitly been pointed out, since Jabu is an Medallion, that boomerang on 20 is required. That hook shot should make it pretty quick to pick up 20. We'll see if Jabu is required early on or not.
Good point. Uh-oh. Goldfish is stuck.
Well, that's unfortunate, but we'll see if Goldfish heads back to CAC or decides to head Child now.
If there's any well here, as well make a play here to grab the 2 Skulltulas here. They are required.
Yep, skulls are not a bad play with that hook shot, and you're right here with that safe quit. So, oh, Wins Requiem, thank you for the raid of 10. I hope your practice seed went well for your tournament. Welcome on in. We're just starting up our second qualifying race for Season 2 of the Scrubs tournament of Ocarina of Time Randomizer.
Oh, did you see that?
I saw the
Way of the Hero.
Din's Fire. There we go. So, and Shooting the Sun is a Goron tunic. Well, Way of the Hero, so Storms is required, but Storms is available pretty early on.
Confirmed, not bait.
Well, it could be bait, depending on the item that's there, but Sacred Forest Meadow, Way of the Hero, Dock Heaps with the immediate reset. And it looks like Incoherent is going to show us Gerudo Valley. Valley's a challenging play these days. It doesn't pay out all that much, and people tend to check it later and later. I remember a while ago it used to be meta to go check there as like your 6th and 7th checks of the game. But people putting it off now, so that means that an item here could pay off big, something like bombs.
Think on Ocarina game. So just got it.
All right.
Hey, what's in Valley? I don't think Scissor knows that. You're the hero.
I don't think so, but
We'll get to see what's there.
Mm-hmm. Just a purple rupee on the first check in Valley. Not a horrible pickup, but not necessarily worth the time to head out there. Let's see if the second check is better.
It's also nice to see that hint, especially if you know that not a lot of people are. And we have ZL on Forest Meadow. Oh,
right,
I think this might be our Way of the Hero.
Definitely required. We'll see if there's anything else required out here, but... And welcome on in, Yellow Pikachu.
Oh.
Skull Mask is dead. That's always nice to see as well.
We have Bomb Chews. See how many we got here? Just a 10-pack. Nothing to write home about, but it's something. It's only something. Help us get through some of those other checks.
Yeah, and combined with that strength that the runners are going to be picking up pretty quickly, that does help with Dodongos. And since that's the forced medallion, it's generally decent to rush that for the extra song.
It's definitely. be seeing Z play here soon.
Ocarina of Time is Minuet. So there's a chance that it's soft AD if Sarius is out there. But I'd say that chances are the runners on Restream will be okay with Mido skip and not need it if that's the case.
So it looks like Frogs 2 is dead.
What are your thoughts on checking these back hint stones in Lake Hylia? Worth the time investment?
It depends. I do like to go for hints, especially if I know not a lot of people will go for them, but it is quite a bit of time.
I also wonder on scrub settings, because you have 8 sometimes hints instead of the normal 5 for weekly settings. I feel like that devalues hints a little bit. You don't need to check as many stones.
At least now we do get to see different hints here. Goron City Foolish.
That's nice to see. I don't know if there's necessarily a favorite at this level. A lot of the reason that people are at the Scrubs level is inconsistency. Just to give an example, because I know he won't mind me bringing this up. So Doc Heaps in the past couple months has finished 3rd in a weekly and has taken something like 5.5 hours because he forgot a check. And that's just the way it goes at this level. We're all striving to get better, and part of that is just being more consistent. So I'd say it's definitely anyone's game, but a couple of these runners, if they play their best, they could blow out the field.
Thanks for the love. So sometimes hints, as VXR explained, it's sometimes it's hints that will be in a pool of different hints that could be here. That could be shown on the stones. Whereas we have other hints that will always be shown, and these would be, in scrub settings, this would be 5 Way of the Heroes, 3 bush hints, as well as what I believe is the Frogs check, Ocarina of Time, Skulls, and Skull Mask. Mistaken. Sound right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes, someone has it. Thank you for please no. Okay. But yeah. Here.
Alright, so at this point, everyone does have Song of Storms. We'll be picking up Zelda's Lullaby pretty quickly, part of a normal 3-song. No bombs, so the question is, when do you go to well? If Incoherent has these choose, but for the other runners, do you risk it with a couple checks you can't do? Do you wait for bombs that you think will be early with Dodongos as the Force Medallion?
I think it would be a good idea to just well, it's always a good idea to just go through things that are guaranteed, but really it's hard part would be kind of like thinking about, you know, how far out of logic are you going to go. I think with something like bombs, it's a little safer.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone has their own different style of playing.
Yeah, and we can see that on the top, as both runners do elect to pick up the heart container that I believe both of our bottom runners skipped.
Let's stay healthy during these trying times.
Mm-hmm. Alright, here is Doc Heaps preparing for the Deku play. Let's see, Goldfish walking, and so it looks like we may be seeing another Gerudo Valley play. We'll pay out to some extent with those bomb shoes that Incoherent is currently using.
Oh, thought Doc was Deku.
Yeah, I mean, it is a Barren Stone. But it's such a, I don't know, it's a fast Barren Stone. If you've seen Minuet, yeah, I don't think we're going to see most of these runners do it. Dock Heaps especially shouldn't need to for Minuet. Can you imagine us just not seeing Deku Tree on Restream?
That'd be a first for you?
I think it would. Yeah.
First for me, for sure. I think it'll be the first time for a lot of people to see Deku Tree.
I mean, Deku doesn't have a required item in about 18% of seats. It's not like it's always required Way of the Hero for items. But that combination of Barren Stone, when you know that you don't need the song on Ocarina of Time, that's pretty crazy. That's not common at all. Especially getting those hints before entering Deku in the first place.
Definitely, and I think that's the main point, right? Really, because it's such a good play on a usual basis that people usually go before seeing these kind of hints, and all four of the runners we have here seem to just not have gone, and I think the majority of them have seen that hint.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about to get strength. Also seems like a lot of people are making like what we haven't seen yet though.
Mm-hmm.
Begins.
Well, what can we do with these items that we have? I'm not. I feel like we're still looking for another key item in the overworld before we can start rushing things.
Really.
Yeah, to follow up on that conversation in the chat, it's worth mentioning that Cesar is a big member of the Brazilian community. There are a couple of those racing today with us. So shout outs to any of you who are here. We hope that you'll stick around, give a follow, and watch the following races as well. We've got a lot of Zooter going on here.
I think at the moment would be open logically. And go to the forest because we don't have Sorias.
Yeah, we can't logically get there, and no bow would make me hesitant to do it out of logic. Most of Well is in logic, and if that's Bomb Bag there, then that's huge.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always Chickens, but Chickens is just such a slow play for what is an 8% chance of being required. I guess with that hook shot, we can set up Scarecrow Song and do Adult Lake.
I think bombs is a very limiting factor.
Yeah, bombs is a big one. I mean, let's see. We can definitely do 10 skulls. I think with that hook shot we can get to 20. It may just be a bit inconvenient with the songs that we have. So we can get that boomerang, but the boomerang on its own doesn't do tons.
Needs letter.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see what songs down here in the composer's grave. I don't no, we do not have a bottle, so we're reliant on some of those nighttime cack skulls. We can get the adult cack one with that hook shot. I wonder if 20 is out of logic without those, because the chews are technically non-logic.
We have chickens.
Doc keeps going for the stream value play, but
Yes.
honestly, at this point, we are running short on checks that can have something. If this has it, it's a big payoff. I don't know if this is the first thing I do, but you are child. Give it a go.
Here, might as well.
And yes, that's Nocturne. I mean, ooh, that hint is not good. 30 has strength.
Ooh. I mean,
Well, Boomerang's
30.
on 20.
Yeah, might as well.
It's not that bad. Let's see how our runner's skull routing is, though. Assuming that ends up being required. It could be our third strength. But with Spirit as a stone, or Spirit as a medallion, we are going to need at least 2. I did not see what Goldfish picked up. Jumped to the reset, but I assume it was nothing.
Dude, that was just a pee. Money. Wasn't a lot.
That strength does let us get access to Death Mountain Crater. We have hovers, so we can check the song. We can check the crevice in the wall. So I think that this is not a bad play on Cesar's part.
Yes, a good point. Yeah. Didn't even think about.
20 is either doable or very close. I think it may be just a little bit short with the items that we have right now.
Let's not forget the schools that we would be skipping because we're doing Deku.
Well, we may see them go into Deku if they just run out of checks and need those skulls. Well,
Chickens is the blue pea. Oh.
Alright, so we're gonna see well without bombs. Let's see if this pays off, or if the way the hero item is bomb locked. Because those chews are gonna be a big help for Incoherent and Goldfish.
Oh, definitely.
We need magic first to dip Shadow, but we'll see where that magic is. I would not be totally surprised to see something required in Shadow later on. I wonder if what would be awful is Shadow for skulls. Having trouble with Link the Goron with strength, low on health, so just going to leave for now.
not doing the crater check.
Yeah, have to be able to get past Blink the Goron, and
Right.
wasn't able to get the timing. I do struggle doing that with strength as well, so no shame in coming back a bit later, maybe with those chews.
Sometimes I forget how much easier it is than have a bow.
We did just pick up a big Poe bottle.
Who picked the bottle?
I believe it was Goldfish. Okay, so that bottle goes a long way. We'll see what happens here. I think heaps might be, yeah, I mean, it's out of logic, just as the, there we go. All right, so Bomb of the Well has the bomb bag. That's going to reward people who are more aggressive. It's going to possibly punish people who delay it looking for bombs.
Wow. Well was the play.
That doesn't have to be our way of the hero item, but that's definitely big at this point.
I mean, really right when you need it. Oh my god.
That is way of the hero. So, who knows if those bombs are the first logical ones, but that mirror shield is the first logical mirror shield of the game. Just gonna go out on a limb here.
I think it's also the last logical mirror.
Yeah, we're not playing with doubled items. There is a bottle. That is a logical bottle, so skulls are no longer an issue. I think the bomb bag took care of that already, but... I mean, it was slow for like 15 minutes, but I think Doc Heaps has shown it's picking up. The skulls are a little annoying, but doesn't look too bad so far.
Well was the play. We have Caesar going well.
Alright, gonna see a nice broken stick approach to the dead hand in the well here. If you don't know this trick, it's a really good one to learn. The setup isn't too bad. Saves you a ton of sticks, especially if you don't have the Kokiri sword.
Yes. Broken stick is probably one of the first you want to.
It just pays off in so many places as a child. Yeah, if you have access to Well and Ice, especially early, they are good plays despite the memes about especially Well. But it does feel so bad if you head out there and do everything and then it ends up empty. But more often than not, if you have access, they are going to pay out.
And more true for Well, you also have to consider like how much you can get it, you know, if you're lacking bombs as Doc did when he entered. And then if you also don't have ZL, that could also make things different.
Mm-hmm. There's our big Poe in a bottle for Goldfish.
Right.
Yeah, Ice depends very heavily on the song that's there. So Ice and Well, just statistically speaking, have a required thing about the same amount of the time, 50%. But for ice, most of the time that's the song. So they're very different types of plays despite having the same probability. Yep, 3 early wells, but we have goldfish going adult, so it may be a bit before heading out there. With those chews, I don't know if it's going to punish them. I mean, you can find an out-of-logic bomb bag, or you could find just a second bomb bag somewhere else, and that mirror shield probably isn't going to be required for a bit. Nah, it was in Logic, Felix. We had Zelda's Lullaby on Saria's song, we had Song of Storms on Epona's song, and it was not bomb locked.
Well, definitely seems like, and it was right before. Bomb bag was literally right before we.
Doc keeps opening the gate. Honestly, I'm not sure that I ever do this unless I'm going for Skull Mask. We did see adult pack from a couple of the racers. We got Prelude of Light in the Windmill. We got Hookshot from Dompe 2 in the Graveyard.
What do you see? No. It's a very, very bad idea. It's very entertaining for us to look at. If it happens. I don't think I've ever seen it, though. I can't think of any instance want to opt for challenge. Yes, it's technically doable. But why would you?
Alright, we are going to see adult Dodongo, though.
Okay. Would you? Yes. Adult Dodongo, let's see what's here.
We have strength, and I believe Goldfish has saved scummed most of the chews. So, yeah, Bomb Bag in DC would be a big deal. It would probably push Goldfish towards the well since they could then full clear it and then pick up that mirror shield. Yeah, you can meme. It's called a meme start. They are disallowed in these rule sets. So doing something that is actively wasting time because you're on restream. So Child Dodongo seems to fit in that pretty nicely.
How many chews do you need to... Right?
You need 2 for the eyes. Ideally you get the chest that's up on the ledge. Yeah, and you need... Yeah, so there are... It's, I think, 3 hard required.
Okay.
It was a 10-pack, and our runners who have been using them have been safe scumming them, so I don't think we're going to have any problems here. And I do think that those explosives, the bombs from Bottom of the Well or these chews from Gerudo Valley, will push our runners towards Death Mountain Crater, which is Way of the Hero. Wonder what we're going to find there. If it's an item, it could be Requiem.
Doing grave chest, but I think that was already hinted.
Hey, always good to practice your flame storage. This is one of the harder places for it. Got it, though.
Oh, that's first try. Wait.
And it's the meme claim check. We know the Big Goron is dead, so not gonna be of any use to us today.
Oh, did you see that? There was a letter on
There-
Bombflower platform.
There's our letter in Dodongos, yep. So Boomerang on 20 will then give us access to Jabu, since we have explosives, we have Zelda's Lullaby.
Oh, a dog in the bowling.
That's always sad. You worry about blowing up the poor dog. Well, we do know that our second strength, we have a strength on 30. The question is that the second or the third?
For the shield. Oh, I think thinking coherent save that.
Incidentally, that's 27 chews on Goldfish's side, so I think we're okay for explosives here for Dodongos. And yes, with the hook shot, the bombs, the bottle, Boomerang being on 20, 30 is going to be in logic at this point. Of course, with our runners not doing Deku, it may take a little bit more time to get to 30, but 30 should be in logic at this point.
Real question here: whether you go for what are we missing for spirit?
Well, we need access.
Right. Right, we don't have.
Wondering if that song is out by Bolero, though. And I mean, Child Spirit, I know you can do it with Choose, but for logic, in addition to the song, you need the slingshot that only Doc Heaps has, or that Boomerang on 20. Yep, no Sarias. A Way of the Hero song could be that for forest access, given that Minuet is on AD. Still looking for a bow too. Oh look, it's more Choose.
Choosing logic?
Is this even rando? Yeah, that timing, if you use strength on that first throw, is a bit precise. So so gonna miss the first one, but should be okay thereafter on Goldfish's side.
I would just assume that you couldn't do it. Alright, and now we have Battle of Destiny. What's it? Oh.
Hey, Dodonga's Way of the Hero, which we of course know. There it is.
Whoa.
All right, so Doc Heaps has a lot of options at this point. We can assume that Doc Heaps is okay with Mido Skip, so Forest is in play.
I think Forest. And picking up the Boopy.
So we're short a hammer for fire. We're short the long shot for water. I mean, and light arrows eventually, and magic. But we are getting pretty close in terms of items.
A lot's happened in the last 50.
Yeah, this can very easily turn into a search for the long shot that goes on for an hour. The long shot could be in deep shadow. That would be something. But for the time being, our runners are set to start running through dungeons while collecting skulls.
The fish is almost done, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, we're in the crater. Let's see what the Way of the Hero thing is, assuming it's not hammerlocked.
Okay.
Well, there's Saria's, so that is Way of the Hero, most likely. Almost guaranteed. Yes, this is as much of a skull seed as you're going to get in scrub settings. Well, we're about to see, because that is 10 for Doc Heaps.
I'm 10.
Good guess, but it's just a piece of heart. Ah, there's a graveyard Way of the Hero hint. Just a recovery heart there.
Already.
We got the hook shot on Dante too. Plus we got Nocturne. Well, so we did get Nocturne in the graveyard. But we have a guaranteed Way of the Hero item there already.
Also, shadows.
It is
shadow.
it is a stone, but shadow being shadow, stone shadow is.
Yes.
You never like to see Nocturne Way of the Hero, or potentially Way of the Hero, when shadow's a stone. Yep, Goron City Foolish. We did see that hint a bit earlier, but nice to see.
Always a good reminder.
Alright, just a bloopy on the wall here.
It does look like Saria's would be Way of the Hero.
Yep, so, I mean, given that our only other access to Forest is by doing all of Shadow, seems likely that that is. We do have the Fairy Fountain behind the Hammer Rocks, so we haven't seen everything there, but it seems very, very likely that it's the song. Hey, it's the butter knife. I didn't catch the River Foolish hint. Yep, Graveyard, Way of the Hero. We've seen Hookshot there, which is definitely Way of the Hero. And we have seen Nocturne, which is a little disconcerting, but doesn't have to be Way of the Hero. Wonder if that pushes racers towards Dompe digging, though. We have Nocturne. We can set the time of day correctly pretty easily, and it's a Way of the Hero area. Not a big time loss to try that, as you're about to do Jabu, for instance.
Goldfish just bought a Goron tunic.
Alright, so we've completed Tunic percent as well. Zora Tunic was in Mido's house.
Gotta get it closed to, you know, match my new kicks.
We have completed Fashion percent, so props to our runners for that. Hopefully we can see some of these new tunics. Try them on, have a fashion show. Have some fun with it. Blue Fire. That's always a funny item to see.
Who had Blue Fire?
It was on the Torch Run in Zora's Domain.
Okay.
Never a Way of the Hero as a random item, but it does make you think about unfreezing King Zora. We have Ruta's letter, so it's not a big deal.
So what you're saying is that we need to rush ice.
Yes.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Always rush ice.
We still need... we have to start thinking about a way to get out to Requiem. Though, we've got some songs that could make that happen. I don't mind this fire dip. If the hammer's here, you save a ton of time on the rest of the field. It doesn't cost you that much time either. Ooh, that's only 3 skulls for Cesar, though. That's gonna be a bit rough. Especially if that 30's required.
Don't know about that yet.
Yeah, we know 20 is. 20's not too bad, even if you start at this point. But I wonder if our next progression could be in Jabu, since we have that letter. Ooh, I wonder where Incoherent's going. Is that just a hint check, or are we going to Deku?
Well, I hope it's for just the hints.
I mean, you can justify dropping in for some skulls, I think. Maybe. They're not the fastest skulls. But that does look like they're equipping for Deku Clear.
Okay, at 14 skulls.
That's pretty good.
Now I have the way to go to the bathroom.
I mean, Well, unfortunately, we lose the bet. We are seeing Deku, and we're seeing chests being opened in Deku. So that's gonna hurt Incoherent some. Looks like they haven't picked up that Baron hint. I don't... yeah, they skipped that, though, opened the chest. I don't... Well, opening the chest isn't that much of a time loss, so not a big deal.
Maybe he just forgot. Okay.
We have synced twos pickups on the right side. We're gonna get matching Dodongos fights.
Look at that. Almost synced.
A nice Goron City foolish hint outside right outside Goron City. These aren't the worst skulls to get. I don't know if they're the best skulls to get.
King Dodongo. Hang on. Thanks.
This looks like a basement 1 skip.
First try.
Maybe setting up to come back and get that later, or maybe not confident in Mito skip, and so doing this in case you don't find Saria's.
I don't know about you. I feel like he wins.
I struggle with base. I either get basement skip 1 skip first try, or I just struggle and can't get it for 10 or 15.
I was saying that seems like a harder trick to do than Mito skip.
Yeah, I mean, and there's also some pressure being on Restream. But, I mean, these are the qualifiers, they're not the bracket matches, so this is a time to practice and learn new tech. Duck Heaps with the nice snipe on that last red rupee, saving the run. Well, this may be something to ask Incoherent about at the end of the race. Baron Stone Goma.
By the way, happy 1 hour mark.
Yes, happy 1 hour mark. Well, remember that our timer is off by a minute from the start of the race, so happy 1 hour mark, everyone. Ooh, Doc keeps buying a shield. Buying a shield with the mirror shield already in their possession. There are the upset shield clicks. Oh, and just serenades. We have our movement songs, but we are still lacking a way to get out to Requiem.
So I think Rush Ice might not necessarily be a good idea.
I think you rush Forest first, check that song, do the dungeon, and if it's not that, you definitely start thinking about Ice.
We do have enough to clear Forest. You have a bow. Or everyone has the bow.
Mm-hmm.
Has a bow.
But all that being said, not a bad first hour in terms of items.
Bad at all.
And we will soon see which of our runners have the best routing for skulls. See if you actually do need to rush that 20 and that 30. It's only 6 for Goldfish, so some of our runners are a bit behind on that skull pickup. I didn't notice whether or not Incoherent picked up that bow. Hopefully we'll see it in the inventory soon, if it's there.
Oh, there it is. There's Requiem.
Alright, so that's not bad at all. We are... so Spirit can be magic locked, but for the most part, we are set in terms of knowledge for everything but fire and actually beating the game.
The Forest did. Oh,
Yep, we're ready for... this is a forest dip without a bow, right?
no bow.
Hey, it could pay out. It could be another bow here.
Vanilla bow chest, anyone?
But unless the key layout is really nice, you're not going to get very far. Ooh, that is a scale. That's not too bad. But you're not going to get very far without a bow or Song of Time in Forest.
Do not have someone. This also helps with your skull collection.
Yep, and Goldfish is behind on that, so I can see this being a reasonable play. There's Incoherence Bow. Still no hook shot. Very long Child 1 sequence there, but should be picking up the hook shot very soon, and then probably Dodongo and Forest.
I think you stall those with shield.
That's always rough. Doable, but not great for time and a bit more danger. I see Rush Ice won the poll.
Shies.
Alright, hear me out. Hammer on Bongo Bongo.
We can dream, right?
The seed is too nice so far, even accounting for the skulls.
True. So we don't have magic. I think it's also very important.
Yep, we do need magic to complete the seed. We might not need it until then, but that would lock Shadow.
Want some raid Shadow Temple. Looks like we're gonna get a lot more checks here on Cesar, because he actually has a bow.
So one of the questions is going to be how many of these racers do know how to reverse Wasteland, and at what point would they consider doing it? So Goldfish doesn't have the bow, so Forest doesn't. I mean, Forest didn't pay out. We know the bow is in the Boulder of Destiny,
Oof.
but at this point, do you consider reversing to GTG? I don't know. And that is a game over. Yes, that fairy just doesn't like to heal you when you need it.
Yes. Not my job. Point, Felix. Yeah, we can't. Yeah, we don't. Oh wait, no. Go for. I really want to go for GTG.
Goldfish is the only one in a position where you would consider it, just because you don't have that bow. Everyone else has a bunch of stuff that they can now do. But it looks like Goldfish is going to head out to the Boulder of Destiny and pick up their bow. Has Goldfish not done well? So yeah, definitely would do well before GTG anyways.
Oh no.
Oh, that's another death there.
Feels so bad.
I mean, I think we have all been there. But gonna give it another go. I mean, Forest does seem like the play. But maybe they can pick up the fairy if they have an open bottle. That could help some, hopefully. Successful Mido skip from Doc Heaps there. So this will be our third runner into Forest, I believe. All right, there we go. Successfully killing them this time through.
Yes.
It'll cost a couple minutes, but in the long run, it's okay. And a piece of heart as the reward. Hookshot is Dampe 2.
Who's got the most amount of skulls at this point?
Probably Doc Heaps.
Ooh. Fancy strats.
Yeah, that's only 6 for Cesar, so
Oh,
gonna have to do some pretty hard skull farming after Forest to catch up. Yeah, Heaps is over 15 at this point. Nice glitchless jump from Doc Heaps there.
it was nice to do a little bit of swag.
Yeah, and definitely sweat. Wait, where? Okay, picking up the skull here.
I do believe Doc already has gear. A lot of people have picked up gear.
That is 17 skulls for Doc Heaps. We'll get to over 20 here in Forest. That will give us the Boomerang and Jabu access. No issues getting to 30 at that point for the strength. So Doc Heaps seems set to just run through a bunch of dungeons and hopefully pick up Hammer or Long Shot along the way.
Jabu is easy skulls, but we have to remember that part of the reason why we're needing the skulls is Boomerang.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big deal for our other 3 runners. Doc Heaps is going to get to 20 by the end of Forest. 22, I think, by the end of Forest. So those 4 in Jabu are going to get us really close to 30 for him.
Do you have a meme name for that guy there?
Toucan Sam? That's the one that I've heard.
Okay. And gold scale.
Alright, diving in the lab as opposed to cheating in the lab is now in logic.
Just in time.
Yep, Rang is on 20.
What do you mean? No one ever cheats in this lab diving game.
Just like no one ever cheats in Multi-World. We don't have to, that's true. Hey, it's a paperweight in Forest. So, what's your favorite dungeon, and why is it Forest Temple? I see Felix likes Forest Temple because it allows him to take a nap for about 15 to 20 minutes.
Yes, big shout out to all our trackers. Trackers that we have here, all the lovely trackers, making it possible for us to have this stream right now.
Yes, and thank you to my fellow co-commentator, Phil's Goodman TV.
Big shout out to my commentator, my co-commentator, Rugula.
And of course, our runners Goldfish, Doc Heaps, Incoherent, and Cesar Martins 12. So be sure to give them a follow on Twitch. Obviously, you can't interact with them right now. Chats are on 6-hour follower mode. But if you like what you see, support our runners. They are putting themselves out here to race in front of you all.
All right, Goldfish. Going back over to this temple this time. Tabo. So far, I don't think we've seen anything noteworthy here. First temple, have we?
No, I mean, that silver scale is nice for travel, but we got the gold one shortly after. Paperweight is a nice meme, but nothing that's actually useful. Other than the skulls, of course.
So we have to do it anyway.
Well, we now have 3 of our runners in Forest Temple, which is known for being very linear, maybe not the most exciting of dungeons. So maybe this is a good time for giving a shout out to one of our sponsors, Baronade. Are you tired of getting Baron hints and still needing to do all of a long linear dungeon? Well, Baronade lets you cut a minute or 2 off of your run by skipping multiple boring rooms in Jabu. Now available in stone and medallion flavors. Check a gossip stone near you to see if they have Baronade in stock. And Baronade is a registered trademark of Lon Lon Ranch. Yes, so our sponsors are Raid Shadow Temple and Baronade.
That my local grocery store does not carry any beer. I'll have to go a little further for that.
I mean, if you want, we can also get some fun dip here. Which I just realized that my fun dip image is not working. No! I'll get fun dip.
But yes, honestly, our sponsors are also all of you. So thank you for watching. Thank you to those of you who are in a position to sub. We do appreciate it. I mean, the tournament would not be the same without all of you helping us out on the restream, things that we miss as commentators. And fun dip. We did see a dip of Deku. Let's see if we see one of Shadow.
Yes. As we always like to say, Stone Shadow always finds one.
Thank you for those subs, Felix.
Thank you very much, Felix. Baronade is a very good meme.
Hey, and the odds are not that bad of there being nothing in Jabu, but I think our runners are going to have to check it. So
We'll likely go there really needing to collect the very easy skulls there.
I mean, at this point, I think that's next for Doc Heaps. Gonna pick up the Boomerang Head Child for Jabu.
We have a bit of high five going on here.
with these push blocks in Forest Temple. Incoherent picking up the hook shot, so that may be a Dodongo into Forest Temple play there. And that'll give us a chance to take a look at Incoherent's skull count. We know that Goldfish and Cesar are lagging a little bit behind, not to the point that it's going to be a big deal. Let's see where Incoherent is with the next pickup, probably right here at this wall.
Fix are just get your blanket out.
15 or 16 is not bad at all with a long child. All right, okay, that works better. So 15 or 16 at this point, probably getting Saria's song here, then heading out to Forest.
To think of what to say when you got 3 runners in Forest.
Yep. I mean, you can talk a little about their execution. It does look like Cesar's going to finish a bit earlier than Doc Heaps, but did enter before. But Forest is just... I mean, all joking aside, I don't think there are many of us who really like Forest following the accessible rule set. No glitching and skipping to Phantom Ganon. Scarecrow skip, not an option with just the hook shot. Yeah, that does sound good. So, for those of you who are just joining us, this is a big skull seed. 20 skulls definitely required for our boomerang to go along with Rudo's letter from Way of the Hero Dodongo's Cavern. So a couple of our runners are very close to that 20 skull breakpoint. We do have a strength on 30 skulls. We're not positive that that one's required, but with Spirit as a medallion and only 1 strength so far, that could be important. So our runners should be rushing skulls at this point, or just really hoping that it's only 20. Otherwise, we had a rough, first 20 minutes with just some boots, but a lot of the items have paid out. We've got a mirror shield and bomb bag and bomb of the well. Tons of bomb shoes and Dodongos. So our runners are pretty set to just run through a couple dungeons.
I would say the big missing items that we still don't know right now. I think Magic would be a big one.
Long shot. Yeah, so
shot.
hammer, long shot, light arrows, and magic. The last 2 may not be required until you get to the very end. It is Ocarina of Time for Minuet, but we have Saria's, so that's out. Incoherent did fight Goma fairly late as part of a Long Child 1, but picked up some skulls in Deku, so it won't hurt quite as much.
And of course, we were wondering if we'd finally find a seed with no Deku, but it's like we saw it anyway.
Yep. So yeah, Baron Stone Deku hinted very early. So that means that very few runners, unless you do it immediately, will have gone to Deku Tree.
And since we have Stone Shadow, you know what that means.
Yep, we do know the hammer and the long shot are very clearly in deep shadow because that's how these types of seeds work. Or in ice, because we have not rushed ice yet. But we'll see. There are still a number of checks that our runners will be able to do before getting to that point that are just on the way in their medallion dungeons. So ice would definitely be funny since we're not really looking for whatever song is out there.
Songs we are missing right now, I believe. Sun Song and Song of Tiffany.
Heap's having a bit of trouble with this green Poe. Not actually dangerous, but gonna lose a little bit of time as Cesar finishes up Forest. Oh, well that seems to be pointing to Shadow. Blue fire arrows.
Obviously.
Now we just need that magic. And lens. Stone Shadow. We do not have magic. Let's hope we don't see magic for a while. Let's make this a nice linear seed and see how everyone's execution is.
How far away from meme percent?
I mean, we have the paperweight, we have the ice arrows, but I think we're still a good way from getting there, getting the rest of the way there.
Seeing Greg, meeting Winner.
Have we seen Nehru's Love?
We have not seen Nehru.
Okay, this is an opponent's play. So that could just be for fast movement around Hyrule Field. It could be a GTG play. Let's see what's going on here. If you show King Zora the letter to Hogwarts, does it do the same thing as Ruto's letter?
It should give you magic, right?
I mean, that would be nice. Maybe instead of giving him blue fire, you should give him a letter to Hogwarts.
Or maybe you only get the letter to Hogwarts once you prove that you have magic.
There we go. As you can see, we still have 2 runners in Forest, and a third headed there right now. That is a Mido Skip Skip playing Saria's song. Platform 9 and Leap Quarters is pretty good. I can get behind that. You know, we have not seen the lens, and under these settings, lens is required 82% of the time. I know a lot of that goes away when Shadow is not a medallion, but there are still a bunch of reasons that it could be useful. Something in Deep Stone Shadow, lens minigame. So the longer we go without seeing it, the better. Less worrying, less thinking about Shadow.
Is that an actual stat, or did you just make that up?
82% is the real stat. Yeah, so if you're interested in these numbers, and I know many of you are and many of you are not, they are linked, they're pinned in the settings discussion part of the Scrubs Discord. So I created something like 70,000 seeds under these settings, and you end up with something like bottom of the well having a required item 52% of the time. Lens of Truth being required in 82% of seeds. But that's because Shadow is required in 72%. Like, completing Shadow is required 72% of the time. So it's only 10% that it's required for something else. Like Stone Shadow, but not finishing it, Crossing the Wasteland, or the Lens minigame.
As for those of you interested in not joining our Discord, please go ahead and look at the link at community is very friendly.
Mm-hmm.
We love our memes.
There's some discussion about other randomizers for Zelda as well. It's a great community. Feel free to join, stop in, say hi, ask questions. It's a great place to learn how to race, or if you already know, helping out people who are just learning.
What do you mean other randomizers?
Hey, there's a channel for Zelda, like Minish Cap, Link to the Past. We're primarily an Ocarina of Time community, but a lot of us do race other randomizers as well. Incidentally, we did see Incoherent up on 18 skulls, so very close to 20 as well. Gonna pick up that boomerang and head to Jabu soon too. Yes, the Mary-Kate and Ashley randomizer is another one. Alright, here's Doc Heaps about to pick up the boomerang and then probably head to Jabu.
Oh, banana.
There we go. Alright, now the push towards 30 skulls, or hoping we find strength too.
Three. Well, that would be 4 in Jabu.
Mm-hmm. So that's 27. I'd say we're pretty close. So if strength is not in Jabu, I think that Doc Heaps just pushes for 3 more skulls. Here's another one right now, since it's just starting to be nighttime. No problems grabbing this. Maybe can get the one on the wall outside the lab here. Yeah, and 2 outside Jabu. I think we're good. It's a little harder without Sun Song, but should be able to make it.
This is Scrubs. We're not supposed to think about schools.
Yeah, one of those fountain skulls is fine regardless of time of day. The other one, I don't think Doc Heaps is going to make the time on. It'll be close.
Yeah. Crazy round of tennis right there.
Mm-hmm. Still going on. There we go. Goldfish picking up, and that's the last hit. All right, so 3 of our runners have finished Forest Temple, and our 4th is in the middle of it. Doc Heaps did pick up the one in Adult CAC earlier. I believe it was the one, his 10th. but he's definitely already grabbed that. We have 50 runners, Mr. Carp. This is insane. We do have one forfeit. Just a rough situation. But we still have 49 going. Yeah, shout outs to all of you who are here watching. Thank you for making this stream what it is, instead of just the two of us talking to ourselves for 3 to 5 hours.
Oh, thank you very much, Jason, for all the gift subs. Big shoutouts.
Yo, let's use some channel points to X for Jason.
Redeem. We got another high five going on in May.
Mm-hmm. Though one of our runners with the boomerang, the other without. So that is a bit of a shame. That Skull Rush from Doc keeps paying out so far. Let's see if he can translate this into a significant lead. I don't believe we've seen the Hyrule Castle Ferry.
I don't think so.
Well, thank you again for the gift subs, Jason. I believe this is a Xenu seed. Ooh, that's a
Oh.
Requiem play from Goldfish.
Is this the first time we've seen this? No, it's not.
Seen which one?
Sorry.
Frogs or Child Spirit?
I was just thinking like Desert Colossus.
We definitely did see a Desert Colossus play, but I don't think it was as a child.
Okay.
Shoutouts to the first bracket race of Season 1, where Levi and I both came out here and both forgot to pick up the song on our way out.
That's fun.
It was just Sun Song, and I did go back and get it later, but just both of us forgot to grab the song because we were so nervous.
What's the song?
Yeah, just Sun Song, not a big deal. Yeah, I feel like it's not as common as forgetting the diving game check after you do the actual diving game, but it seems easy to miss. Oh, that's awful. Vanilla Requiem, and then forgetting to pick it up.
Ooh. Gotta be the worst.
Yeah, the skull count on Cesar's side is starting to be a bit worrying with that boomerang on 20. If there's nothing here, it's not awful. If we get that second strength somewhere, but it's going to be a problem soon if there's something in Jabu or there's no second strength available. Ooh, that hurts for Goldfish getting knocked off, but the bridge is down, so not terrible.
And real big boy's wallet.
Well, we can now unfreeze King Zora in 3 different ways. With that blue fire we picked up, which is out of logic, by grabbing blue fire from Ice Cavern, so we could rush ice, or by buying it. Hey, it's rushing ice.
I'm sorry. Ever since I found that GIF, I've just been wanting to use it a lot. So you're gonna get it every time I have the ability to.
Hey, I support this fully.
Just leave it on.
No keys on Child's side, no strength there. Gonna pick up another skull, but Child Spirit not hugely important. Doc keeps getting hit by the giant tentacle thing.
Tentacles. See who we got here. Oh, look! Who we
Hey!
found.
And I'm not a
Ooh,
fan
yeah.
of that meme, but it's Baronade. But yes, there is our validation rupee, Greg.
It is valid.
We still need Nehru's, and we need the winner piece of heart. But we had the blue fire arrows and the paperweight both in forest. I mean, if we find Greg there, it's good that Greg is checking out Jabu to see if Baronade is even needed. Yeah, Grun was a good suggestion. I don't know if you saw that. It was in chat here a couple days ago for Seed 1. Grun, of course, being the German word for green. So you can come up with another fun acronym.
Probably looking pretty empty.
Yeah, I mean, it's a couple minutes to do those checks, and we're still missing items, but it would have been nice to skip them, but honestly, I'd prefer a Deku Baron hint to a Jabu Baron hint any day.
Good point. So we do need to pick up the skulls here.
Mm-hmm. Pick up these skulls. Doc Apes will be at 28 or 29. Pretty quick rush to 30, and then we'll see Adult Spirit. maybe Child Spirit first, especially since we are a child now. But as we know, nothing major there. Just that second wall we don't need.
This is catching up. Scissor just got 14.
All right, not bad. Still has to hope that we don't need 30. No Sun Song does make this a bit harder. Lon Lon Ranch is still possible if you rush it, if you get the timing right. Once you get to 20 and have the boomerang. So there are still options. It's not that big a deal, but it is letting Dock Heaps open up a bit of a lead and, say, Incoherent catch up here.
That's 27. One more. Fair. Oh, when did they change that?
So that is something new in the dev build. You can now see the actual correct medallion or stone for Jabu. It is not on the live stable version yet, but it's a wonderful change. Like, minor things like that are huge.
Yes, as a reminder to everyone, we do use currently the dev build of the randomizer for this tournament, thanks to the amazing work that the devs have put in to give us a very powerful lens logic setting. So big shout outs to them. If you ever see them, say thank you for helping out the Scrubs.
And especially Cubs Rule, who is directly associated with the Scrubs tournament. I believe it was his change for the lens settings. But that change to Jabu did come from another dev. Yo, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. It's a me, Lefty. Welcome on in. I hope you enjoy what you've seen. We try to have a bunch of Ocarina of Time races, randomizer, here with the Scrubs. So people who are still learning, make mistakes, try and improve. We hope that you get something out of this, or if you're more experienced, can help out.
It really looks like Scissor is actually catching up with those.
Yeah, hadn't done Child Cack at night, which is a bunch of skulls going into Child Kokiri Forest. So it's not as bad as it looks, but still, if you need 30, it's a pain.
Team.
Well, congratulations. I hope that the qualifier went well. Of course, don't talk about it here, since some people here have requested it and haven't run it yet. But hopefully you're going to be in a position to join a couple live races too. So we're looking forward to having you. So just as a reminder, or in case you don't know, for some of you who aren't participating directly, the way that this works is there are a series of in-person races like the one that you're watching. But since the timing doesn't always work for people, especially in, say, Australia, or just people with different work schedules, we also have a series of 7 async races, and you can do one or more of those one at a time to replace some of these in-person races that you can't make. So runners are allowed to do their first 7 races count towards their point total, whether it's in person or an async that's been requested. So you'll see some of these runners not doing a full 7 in person. Doc Heaps, for instance, did request an async as well, since his schedule doesn't allow him to join all of these races. And yes, shout outs to our Australian race tag, which is generally underused except as a meme. But joking aside, we do have several racers in those sorts of time zones where both the EU and NA times are not necessarily super convenient. So the first async has confirmed a stone start.
Yes. Spoilers already.
That's 29 skulls for Dock Heaps.
And about to pick up 30th.
Yeah, we're going to see a Child Spirit play. We know it won't pay off except for that 30th skull. And then just straight into Adult Spirit. Yes, and to confirm, I also have not seen anything about the async. And there is 20 for Cesar, so there's the boomerang, and we're going to head to Jabu. So at this point, about 7 minutes and some skulls behind Dock Heaps. Still within striking distance, depending on where these last couple items are.
Goldfish about to pick up a check.
Yep, unfortunately it's hinted dead, but another successful flame storage there. So it's good to see our runners doing that. That's actually a trick that I'm not comfortable with myself. So it's always cool to see all the different tricks that the scrubs are comfortable with or not comfortable with, and see how they deal with their strengths and weaknesses in a setting like this. I like that yellow tunic on Incoherent side. Just that bright yellow.
It's got all the color. It's done very well.
Nothing special in Jabu. Greg, I mean, our validation rupee was there. So if you're into that sort of thing, then you could say that Jabu was worthwhile. Ooh, this is a very late bottom of the well Way of the Hero play from Goldfish, who still does not have a bomb back.
With what, like 30-something chews?
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. The Mirror Shield's down here too, but since we haven't seen Strength 2, I mean, not going to be penalized for putting it off this late, honestly. And maybe even grabbing the boomerang here, you can get some extra skulls that the other runners couldn't in Bomb of the Well.
Yes, also a very good point.
All right, there's Boomerang for Goldfish. Once Dock Heaps picks this up, this will be 30 skulls. All right, should be able to grab silvers, and assuming that we're not long shot or magic locked, run through Spirit. Shoutouts to Spirit Key Logic, which can actually require the long shot or magic, logically or in reality.
Nothing quite new here. We're still in explored territory
Mm-hmm.
at the moment.
Yeah, so our runners are just following in each other's footsteps.
Oof.
We're
Think that shield will survive? Nope.
no, but I don't think that Doc Heaps cares too much at this point, having done pretty much anything that matters as a child. Well, other than some dungeon progression, which is really important, item-wise, we're in the same position we were in about 40 minutes ago outside of that boomerang. So I just wonder where our progression is. Is it going to be a bunch of things in spirit, or are we going to have to start looking elsewhere?
Thought we already decided on Deep Shadow.
I mean, Deep Shadow, but we need the magic to get there. So where's that
Yes.
magic? Ice. Yes, magic is in ice
Yes.
for our hammer and long shot in Deep Shadow. Okay.
We also have silvers now.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see. Yep, it is a guessing game. I mean, there's ice, there's GTG, assuming that spirit doesn't pay out. I would expect if spirit doesn't have anything, the Doc Heaps will reverse to GTG at that point. This looks like it might be the Poe turn-in now. Since we have Nocturne, if you're just grabbing the silvers, you would play it there.
I like to do it early just to empty up the bottle. If you have all four.
Prepping for ice. Freeing up that extra bottle.
And notable here.
So in terms of dungeon completion, I know it's not marked, but Doc Heaps has completed Jabu, so has a bit of a lead. Cesar is close behind, down a few skulls. We're seeing Incoherent drop in now. And Goldfish also has the boomerang, so as soon as Bomb of the Well is complete, our runners are all pretty close together.
Anybody's game at this point.
Mm-hmm. And no finishers yet. Happy 2-hour mark, by the way. Remember that our timer is a minute off.
You carry it in pockets, right? Choose.
Well,
Interesting.
since bomb chews are mice, and chew is the sound that mice make in Japan, clearly you have a bunch because you're a pack rat. I'll see myself out.
Obviously, it makes sense that you carry iron boots yourself. That weighs nothing, but when you put them on, it's only to sink.
Yep, there are silvers for Doc Heaps. Head into Adult Spirit. Moving quickly because he doesn't have those iron boots equipped. Wonder if the iron boots also tie your feet together, and it's not that they're heavy. It's just that you can't move well with them because you can't move your feet separately.
But like, if they're on your body and you're in the water, how come you don't sink?
I don't know about you, but I sink in water if I can't really move my feet independently. Then again, I'm not the best swimmer, so that may have something to do with it. Yep, and there's Goldfish using the boomerang to pick up skulls that the other racers couldn't. So putting off Way of the Hero Bomb the Well is not gonna punish them at all. And that's 22 skulls. We'll grab 4 in Jabu for 26, and they're well on their way to 30 as well.
Magic.
There we go. All right, so now Shadows in Logic. Apart from the back half where we need Lens.
Stone Shadow.
We now have our Stone Shadow starter pack complete. 2 hours and about 4 minutes in. And with Lens Logic and Shadow, I feel like GTG is the right play, especially since you can just reverse from here. Yes, it's Hammer, Longshot, and Light Arrows. If you find Lens, then you start thinking about Shadow maybe, but if I'm Doc Heaps and I don't find Lens here, or another major item, I do reverse. Yeah, I could definitely see that. And then the question is, do our runners do Deep Fire if they find the hammer but still need that long shot? Big Goron is dead. It's hinted dead. Yeah, the claim check was in Composer's grave, but we got the hint before that, so no need to check it.
We do have auto percent.
And there is another forfeit coming in. So we still have 48 runners going, no finishers yet. Not hugely surprising at 205 for a 30 skull seed. But we'll keep an eye on that as runners start to finish. I mean, I feel like this seed has been primarily skull execution based. I know we've had some changes. Each runner's done different things in the first hour, but it's been pretty linear since that. So it's really come down to when you've been able to get the boomerang, and now when you get silvers.
And I think part of that does have to do with how near some because didn't get bombs for a while as well.
Yeah, especially for Goldfish, the late bombs. I know some of our runners got chews. So, what do you think about where you'd go next if you're these racers and let's say we don't find anything else here in Spirit. Where do you go?
If we don't find anything in Spirit?
Just
I
the
don't know.
magic that we have.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'd probably go Ice. Okay, like... there would be that... Okay, if I was actually racing, there would be that part of me that's thinking, it's like, I really don't want there to be anything in Shadow. But because
Yeah,
I'm not...
definitely.
Because I'm not racing, I actually want there to be. So.
Chad seems to be split on GTG and Ice. I think GTG is the smart play, Ice is the meme play. But in a race like this, you've got 50 people competing. Choosing the less likely play and having it pay out does give you a big advantage in points.
We are missing Sun Song and Song of Time. So that would... Well, I don't think any of them were hinted, but that would be in our last two checks in Ice, as well as Burning Cat.
Epona was the ZL check. So very, very early on. Just some meme items. Ice arrows, Stone of Agony, and we did get a scale. So nothing required, just some fun. Oh, because it's, well, otherwise it's AD. Lens is probably late, because Minuet is on AD, and to clear Shadow, you need Lens. So I could see Lens in Ganon's castle at this point, which would imply that Deep Shadow has nothing.
Well, I don't think we found anything else.
Right. Like, that Saria's Way of the Hero seems to suggest that, I mean, we know Goron City's barren, so no Darunia dancing. We've seen Skull Kid. There was nothing in Forest, and Forest is not walking a song, so Lens is probably behind Forest.
Lens on Light Arrow. Insane. That would be something. Oh, hey! Number 4.
4/5 of the way there. No long shot, so we can't go and check that child side chest. Easily, at least. But it does look like our key count is complete, so we can head over there in logic if we're so inclined. Nice job with those first 2 phases on Baronade from Incoherent. Does get hit once, but that's not a big time loss compared to failing those jellyfish. I mean, I get that, but I'm just sort of at a loss what there is left for Saria Song. Maybe I'm missing a check, but we've seen Skull Kid. Skull Kid is just a piece of heart. Darunia's in a barren area. Frogs 2 is dead. So it's gotta be that Lens is locked by Forest completion, so it's Light Arrow cutscene, or it's in or locked by Ganon's castle. Yes, Saria's was Way of the Hero to pass Mido if you can't do AD for Minuet. And right now we need Lens to do that.
And
Hammer!
hammer time.
All right. So that's going to put off GTG, I'm sure. And now the new question is, how far into fire do you go looking for that long shot? This is a good spirit temple. This is not a bad seed. It's not, like, perfect by any means, but pending that long shot location, everything's looking pretty good.
It should be on, like, Bongo or something.
What about long shot in water?
Would be disgusting.
Yeah, Death Mountain Crater Fairy is a really good check with that as a Way of the Hero area, especially since, I mean, depending on where Lens is, Saria's doesn't have to be Way of the Hero. My inclination is to say that Lens is in Ganon's castle, but...
Can Longshot be past the spike room? Oh.
In Shadow? We'd need Lens. But yeah, you don't need long shot for Shadow as long as you have a bow.
I know, like, you can, like, jump up that chest thing. I just don't know if that's an in-logic
Yeah.
thing.
That is in Logic, which trips up some new runners. The only place where long shot could be required in Shadow is if you don't have a bow, you can still use it to get to Bongo Bongo with Scarecrow Song.
Okay.
Alright, we're going to get an Hyrule Castle Fairy Fountain check now.
Oroba trolling.
Since you have Requiem, I don't know if you check Wasteland now. I think you go ahead and you do Fire, and then you see. But Doc Heaps has got to be feeling pretty good about how he's played. He's already done chickens. It didn't pay out, but that's some peace of mind, since it was on the way to well. It's not like he went out of his way just to do it. But Twin Rova not playing along. Looks like Heaps is starting to get a little frustrated. And for the first time in a while, we now have runners in just different places. We've got a child spirit, an adult spirit, we've got a Jabu, and let's see where Cesar is heading now. Yeah, Fairy on the way or Fairy right after. We have Bolero, so I might check it after.
Dogkeeps did do full clear. Oh, well, full clear and then minus the.
Deep Child's Climb side, like.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
right. So we
that
do
was
have a
hinted.
hint. We have a hint that right hand of the Colossus is dead. No need to check that. It's not a key, as we know. Yeah, that's true. I don't have much of a preference. I feel like I would do Fire to the boss key. We have Furores, we have Magic. Do Volvagia, do that check, and then go back in if needed. Or maybe not even go back in. I think I might do GTG instead of Deep Fire with Furores here.
This was really catching up.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is going to be a good race to the finish, especially depending on where long shot and light arrows are. Yeah, so it depends. Minuet is on Ocarina of Time, and under Scrub settings, completing Shadow Temple requires Lens, which we haven't found. So, depending on where Lens is, it could be Saria's Song, Way of the Hero for forest access. Or it could not be Way of the Hero, and it's that fairy fountain.
We start picking up 2. Beeline Spirit.
Yep, just a red rupee.
Trouble here. Fire.
So Heaps has opened up a decent lead now at this point. The full duration of Adult Spirit, maybe 10 minutes or so. So just good skull routing, pushing them early has paid off, and just being in the place that he needs to be.
Playing it safe, buying a tunic.
Yep, so Saria's is Way of the Hero. We have seen every check behind Saria's, so it's gotta be that Lens is somewhere late. Doc Heaps?
Oh.
Goron City's Baron.
Oh.
Some nighttime skulls in Lon Lon Ranch for Incoherent. That should get us close to 30. Yeah, that's 28.
I think doctors remembered.
Yeah, giving back a bit of that time, but still pretty solidly in the lead. I mean, I think we could stand a bet for long shot. It is our last item outside of the light arrows.
Can we open up a bet on this stream?
We can't, but others can. So if the powers that be are so inclined, especially since we are potentially running out of time, if we find that long shot here in early fire.
Where's the long shot?
Yep.
Don't know. Where's the long shot at?
Have at it, everyone. The bet. Where is the long shot? What I'll do is I'll close the bet as soon as it's found in fire or whenever Doc Heaps finishes fire. Or at least their run through fire. So put your bets in soon.
All right, we're going to see our final Baronade here from Goldfish. Let's see if this one goes as smoothly as some of the others that we saw today. This is such a satisfying fight to do well. Not going to have quite the same luck that the others did, but hopefully we can get through this cycle pretty quickly.
I'm liking that bongo bet.
I don't know if it can be on Bongo Bongo, since Bongo Bongo is locked by the lens, and theoretically we can't get the lens before we get 6 medallions, based on that Saria's Way to Hero. Light arrow cutscene. Okay. Hello, this is an interesting seed. It's a skull seed. We had Baron Stone Deku. We've got a hint that implies pretty heavily, that tells us that Lens is either on Light Arrow cutscene or in Ganon's castle. 20 skulls for the boomerang, hard required. 30 skulls for strength 2. We haven't found any alternatives yet. Barren Forest, Jabu has a bow at the end of it, but we found one on Boulder of Destiny. But it's been pretty linear since the first hour, other than just Skull Collection. Looking for long shot and light arrows at this point.
Overall, not a bad seed, but not exactly a jet seed either.
Yeah, so no finishers yet, and we do have some really strong runners in this race. But I'd say that our runners have overall done a pretty good job of traversing this seed. Doc Heaps, who is like 8 or so minutes in the lead, has done the best with Skull Collection. But no one's really made any major mistakes. One can question the Queen Goma fight from Incoherent when it's Baron Stone, but I'd say that our runners have generally done a great job.
It seemed like a very fairly even game. Doc seems to be in a bit of a lead, but in general still feels like everyone's about even.
AD is Minuet, which is giving us some useful information about logic potentially, but not required because Saria's was accessible early on.
I wanted to give another shout out to our lovely trackers. It's ones who make this possible and allow us commentators to just say whatever we want.
And thank you to our racers who have volunteered to be on Restream. We had a race of 50 people here today, but our featured runners today are Goldfish, Doc Heaps, Incoherent, and Cesar Martins 12. Be sure to give them a follow. They've done a great job, and they really do deserve the attention.
And yeah, we're missing winner for meme percentage. Afraid to go up? Is he
I do think that Doc Heap's policy on this is you don't free the Goron unless they have a good item.
Okay.
The Goron manages to find their way out on their own anyways after you leave.
I like that policy.
Yeah, this This is either an ice play or a meme on Freezing King Zora play. Ice for Skulls isn't bad, and it'll give us as viewers some extra info. Incoherent on Epona heading out to GTG in the meantime. So we're gonna see pretty soon where Longshot is based on where our runners are. Yeah, if Longshot's in ice, then suddenly I'd say Goldfish is in the lead, because all memes and joking aside, ice is not as good a choice as GTG. It's probably not as good a choice as the first half of Shadow even.
We're about to see both, right? So
Yep.
Let's see what the good play is here.
I mean, we're going to be left with Deep Fire and Water.
Tell you what, I'm gonna close the bet once Goldfish actually goes into ice. So,
Get your bets in.
so if you want to put in a bet as to where the long shot is.
Doc keeps getting Scarecrow prepared. Did set for Roar, so not a big deal. Yeah, so the difference between getting ISG, Infinite Sword Glitch, and not getting it there is the direction you're facing when you do the stabs. If you face backwards, you don't, and if you do, you get it every single time. And it took me a long time to figure out that you actually face backwards and stab, and it works.
Alright, bets are closed. Let's see if it's in ice.
And a quick reminder, 1500 horseback archery is turned off, so you just need 1000, and this will be enough. And shoutouts to Rushing Ice.
There, I'm a man of my word.
That is pretty cute.
Rushing Ice also won't be too bad for Goldfish, especially since got some goals to collect.
Oh yeah, no, it's not a terrible play, and if it pays out, then you're gonna shoot up in the rankings at the end. We don't know the song in Ice. Graveyard's Way of the Hero, and we don't have Sun Song, but I don't remember if we have a Sun Song Grave hint.
I believe it's dead. Yeah.
This is Randomizer, yes. So Ocarina of Time Randomizer, we're following something that's close to the standard weekly race settings. We are following the weekly race rule set. So generally it's no major glitches-ish. It's complicated to define all of that. But most of the things that the community labels glitches are disallowed. Alright, so there's an item in Ice not paying out. All right, and Doc
No
Keith's
one's.
about to head back to fire.
It's like no one's still making that GTG.
I mean, we've got Incoherent in GTG right now. We'll see.
Oh, sorry. I was watching someone else. Yes. Go.
I don't know about GTG at this point for Incoherent. I mean, it can have the long shot, it can pay off, of course. But GTG, unlike Ice, isn't going to have the skulls that you need for those silvers. Unless you find silvers here. Oh, Incoherent has silvers, which on the one hand makes this GTG play better, but why this before Spirit then? I mean, again, nice for us is... Yeah, go ahead.
I was saying, we can ask the same about the Queen Gomo play.
Yeah. So I know we're not done yet, but if you have questions for the runners, feel free to put them in chat and we can be sure to ask them in the interviews at the end.
Definitely appreciated since we much more. Looks like Goldfish getting some extra credit there. Skulls. Yes, it's also very nice for us to kind of know where everything is. Helps us figure out or using the process of elimination to guess where the rest of things are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if it's this last check in Ice, then Goldfish suddenly jumps ahead of everyone else. Because Ice is probably not the play when you're just looking for long shot. If it's in GTG, that's Incoherent grabs it, but that's probably the next place that our other runners check. If it's in neither of them, we've got Shallow, Stone, Shadow, and we've got Water. Whoa! Those are Silver's locked light arrows in GTG.
Well then.
That's not the long shot, but still required.
Very much so.
It's not too deep into GTG, but that's going to be some extra time for runners if they don't go here before finding the long shot. Alright, so we're going to get highest Goron check and the Iron Boots chest check at about the same time here.
Definitely not forgetting the Goron there.
I believe he still is.
Okay, so it looks like we got Song of Time in Ice Cavern.
Song of Time in Ice Cavern. No item there, so Ice not really paying out. The skulls are nice though. Can't really blame Goldfish for that play when you need skulls.
Also want to point out this means that Burning Cack would be our final song, and that would be...
Yeah, that is true.
And of course, Sunsong's Grave is Dead. Matters that much. It would have been very helpful in our hunt for skulls.
Doc keeps with that reset, getting frustrated with the fire maze, so maybe he does have the boss key, and it's just gonna say, I don't care what's on Hammer Chest.
Good.
I would point out there are still no finishers. And we're getting to the point where that starts to make you wonder if it's long shot in a bad location.
Bungo bungo.
Well, we'll see soon what's on the Light Arrow cutscene. Getting Troll Hold here by Volvagia, popping up in that same spot that you want to be dropping the bombs. Still doable, but a bit of a pain. And yeah, shoutouts to Seabuff for calling that.
Oh no. Oh, feels so bad. Always had a lot of problems doing quick kill on the Vagia.
Yeah, I find it's easier with bomb chews, and we do have a lot of those.
Yes. I don't know if Doc remembers.
He may just be more comfortable with this strategy too. But not bad. Get the relatively quick kill here.
Yes, we will call this the not so bad yet state.
Huh. Cesar at least opening up GTG before doing fire. And there is our first finisher.
Oh.
I believe it should show up in the chat shortly.
A long shot.
But yes. Long shot?
Yes. No long shot, GTG.
All right.
Bird chest?
Well, that and light arrows are in the same location. That's probably where Doc Heaps heads next. Cesar's probably going to grab them now. So, yeah, just as we get our first finisher, we should be finishing up pretty soon for a couple of these runners. So, that's a Serenade play. I can see doing water first to see if the long shot's there. You have to look for the boss key anyways. That may save a couple other runners a little bit of time, but definitely a reasonable play here.
Fish. A magic.
All right, Incoherent also off to Water Temple. Maybe I'm just not seeing it, but why do you not do Spirit here first? I guess you have to do both.
Yeah. I guess it's a matter of like which one, like if you would want to learn more of, or Most of this is
Yeah.
probably full clear.
I guess my view is I would rather go into spirit than water looking for an item.
I think general water just feels so slow looking for an item.
I mean, it's not going to make much of a difference. Maybe you have to do a couple extra checks because of that long shot. But, I mean, we don't have Song of Time. We know that the river chest is dead anyways. That may change the order if you want to do Dragon Chest, but not going to make that much of a difference. Cesar about to pick up those light arrows. Yep, so doesn't have Song of Time, as I said. So there's the boss key. Okay, and Doc Keeps is just leaving. Oh, but that's a Nocturne play. No, Heaps, don't!
Oh no.
We're gonna see Shadow. Let's see how well he's read the logic to decide if he stops at that moving platform without lens.
Just not see the finisher?
Well, it's only one finisher, and he may feel that it was someone who made this play.
Okay.
I know some runners, myself included, will hide the race logs as you're racing, so I don't see any of the finishers when I race. That is true. He was the first to respond. So he has seen the finisher.
Okay.
He may be doing some metagaming off of that. We'll see if he does the full thing or stops at the moving platform. But this very well could put Cesar into the lead. Link just casually putting most of his body into that lava there in GTG, but since he holds on to the platform, he doesn't void out.
Second rule.
Exactly. I think that's exactly what that rule is meant to talk about. Well, we now know where everything is, so just going to see some rushing through dungeons. So Cesar is going to be headed to Fire and Water soon. We're about to hit go mode. Doc Heaps will eventually leave Shadow and head to GTG, but it may take a while. Goldfish and Incoherent have fallen a little bit behind, especially Goldfish, but nothing too drastic. So we're going to see a hammer here soon, which will probably lead to Fire, and then into GTG. So all of our runners doing a good job. We can nitpick in places. I prefer GTG over Shadow here, but I think all of our runners have put on a really good showing, especially for their first live race here in Season 2.
We still don't know who our winner is.
That's true. Maybe that's in Shadow, in which case Doc Heaps can dot done and not have to fight Ganondorf. I think that's how this works.
Yes.
Longshot was in GTG in the middle, not quite the direct middle, but towards the middle of the maze. That is a death on Goldfish's side. That's a bit of a rough fight if you don't get the right position. And that's definitely an awkward place to be dropped off. Yes, so Cesar is about to grab the long shot if I didn't just miss it. And then we'll be in go mode. We do have the long shot on Incoherent's side. Hopefully, my best guess is Goldfish will go there after Fire, and Doc Heath will do so after Shadow. Yeah, the long shot was early enough in the maze that it should not be Song of Time locked. We did have enough keys.
Doing the Din's Fire trick. You place a Din's Fire there and you can get all 3 of the Skulltulas hallway.
A nice trick there. We've got another forfeit here, so 1 finisher, 3 forfeits, and 46 racers still running. This was a nice big race.
And Cesar has the long shot.
Alright, he's in go mode. He'll dip now, and let's see. Where are we going to head first? That's a Nocturne play. Maybe he didn't grab Bolero.
Yeah, Cesar does not have Bolero.
Okay. There's our second place finisher. So GG's there. Oh, it's Gold Gauntlets on Doc Heap's side in Shadow.
Oh. Oh.
Alright, yeah, so this is a fire play from Cesar. Doc Heap's about to come to that invisible platform. Let's see if he can read the logic to realize that that's probably not the right play, regardless of where you're going. Nice full heal there, though. Was low on health, so that heart container helps out quite a bit.
Not failing.
We'll have to ask him about this play and his reading of the logic. Because my best guess is a lot of the more experienced runners here, and Doc Heaps is definitely one of the more experienced runners, don't think about the lens for Deep Shadow, because as you see, not every runner needs it here. But thinking through the logic with that lens, that's Furor's, but I think it's not leaving Shadow. I think that's Furor's just to get back to this room. Yep, so we are going to go through in full clear Shadow. We'll have to ask him about that.
Yeah. And we have a third place finisher, Kurth with 252.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, G.
Actually, this is probably a good time to give a shout out to our Brazil community of Ocarina of Time randomizer racers. So in addition to Cesar Martins here, who has done a good job and looks like he is well on his way to being first on the restream, our first place finisher is also a Brazilian runner. Graphite X. So a really strong showing here. We hope that you'll all continue to take part in events like this. It's great to have you all here.
Definitely. And I definitely hope you guys have able to make as many memes, many of the other sub-communities. I'll appreciate some good memes.
I don't think I've ever seen a Morpha fight quite like that, but it worked, and so Incoherent is done with water. So probably going to head to Spirit at this point, grab the hammer, and then do fire.
Another finisher, Just Sam, in fourth place.
Oh, and just
Mike.
sniped him. An Emo Soda snipe. So, we're starting to get some... Oh, wow. Okay. So, this is where the finishers start coming in. Here on Restream, we've got a Troll Rova fight. Ooh, that's gotta hurt for Goldfish, but we're low on health, so have to be careful. Doc Heaps is on the boat ride. Doesn't seem to have read the logic quite well here. But hey, Stone Shadow is a meme, it's bait, and I know Doc Heap said before the race that he was going to be really mad if there was lens bait. And we in fact have the opposite of lens bait here.
Yeah. Well, I would imagine he'd be mad if the clear Shadow for nothing.
And even worse, grabbing those golds is probably going to give us a Yeet Rock check, which chat's gonna love, but Dogkeep's not so much. All right, and here is another finisher. Sea Falcon, 7th place.
Jeez. A lot of people sub 3.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some really good racers in this.
Hey everyone, just wanted to jump in here real quick and say as we approach our 3-hour mark, for those of you who don't really know what's going on or anything, I just wanted to point out this is the Scrubs tournament for Season 2. We are in the second race out of 15 live races that we have. There's also 7 asyncs. If you might be interested in wanting to try out for the tournament, it is open. The qualifiers are open to anyone who are interested in wanting to join. It should be noted that we will have a number of really, really great runners who are going to be joining the tournament as well. But for this tournament specifically, it is really going to be for those who are of the mid-level to lower range who will move on towards the brackets. We have a great community of those who are very, very good, and they use their experience to talk about how they do their races, how they choose to make certain plays and whatnot. So we definitely want to give a shout out to all of them because we want to get to know what their thoughts are if they weren't joining us as well. So big shout outs to all of those who have finished so far, and we'll see where the first of our real scrubs ends up. So just wanted to put that out there, and pretty soon happy 3 hours.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, so we see that some of the people who have finished are now filtering into chat. We do have a runner in go mode, so we do know where all of the major items are, and that's Cesar Martins here in the bottom right. We have Doc Heaps will be getting there soon. Got baited into Shadow by not reading the lens logic. We've got Goldfish here in the top left in Fire. GTG will hopefully be the play after that. And we have Incoherent doing Spirit Temple. We'll grab the hammer and be in go mode. So all of our runners are pretty close together here. We have Ice Arrow Bongo and a freed Goron.
Yes, the fire arrows. What memes can we have him?
Let's see if Doc Heaps shows us Yeet Rock, if for no other reason than some memes. There's an early boss key. Cesar Martin being in go mode will go ahead and just finish this, whereas Doc Heaps did go through almost the entire dungeon. Happy 3-hour mark. Yeah, we did see Ice. Ice did not pay out. I think we've now seen pretty much everything from one of our runners. I am really interested to see where Lens is, though, because that's going to determine whether Doc Heap's play was just unlucky or not good. There's another finisher here in 8th.
Alright, so our 8th place finisher. Oof.
And right behind them, we have a 9th place finish. Some really great times here, as Doc Heaps is going to reverse Wasteland and finally head to GTG. Goldfish did ice looking for skulls. There was nothing there, and it was Song of Time. But I will say, again, all of our runners have done a good job. You can question some of the routing, maybe, and we are scrubs, but I mean, I think that they have done a really solid job. So be sure to give a follow to them. They're definitely deserving of that. They've given us more than 3 hours of great entertainment, a great race, and it looks like Cesar is going to be finishing in first, but behind that, it is anyone's game.
By the way, we're finally seeing Wasteland you were talking about. And we have another finisher. And with 10th place.
Not bad.
Adela, to answer your question, Cesar is already in go mode.
All right, and it's a fairly early water boss key, so I mean, we're going to be looking at a time like 3:15 or so, which is going to be a good finish for a 30 skull seed, especially with the low in items towards the beginning.
Definitely. Looks like Doc's making the right play here.
Yep, though, to be fair, I think his only other reasonable choice is ice. A pretty quick clear from Cesar there. That's a nice strategy. And here's our 11th place finisher. A lot of good times on this seed. This was not a bad seed despite the skulls and despite the long shot location. Yeah, we do have Goldfish here doing deep fire, definitely deeper than needed, but they can't know that at this time.
The boss is certainly needed.
Yep, there we go. So, setting for Roar seems like a good play here. Won't need it, but definitely okay with that. We did see Doc Heaps leave at roughly this point to go get Scarecrow Song and come back. which cost a bit of time, though he did route in the adult Lake Hylia checks along with it. There's our boss key for water. Cesar is ready to go. Boss rush to the end here. Looking at something like a, I don't know, 316, 317 if everything goes according to plan.
Yes.
There's another forfeit. We did have 6 forfeits last time. We're roughly on pace for this, for the same amount here. Comment on this one is not happy with the seed. All right, so I don't know if they'll be quite simultaneous, but we're going to see Volvagia, Morpha, and Twin Rova at roughly the same time. And congrats to our 12th place finisher.
Nice 9.
All right, so what questions do we have for these runners as they're starting to finish up? Anything that you all in chat want us to ask for the interview?
Yes.
Yeah, so the Deku is definitely a good question. So Incoherent did grab Skulls and Deku. That Bomb of the Well is a good one. It didn't hurt Goldfish, but it was definitely an interesting decision. I mean, I kind of understand it. Double dipping well is a bit of a pain if you don't have bombs, but Goldfish did have bomb shoes. Oh, Deku start is upsetting with these hints. Early adult paid off pretty well for Doc Heaps, but a couple bad decisions in the second half caused some problems. They're the light arrows. Morpha is down. Volvagia is down. We're going to see Twin Rova down soon. Yeah, we saw Deku once, but we saw Deku once an hour in, knowing that it was a Barren Stone with Minuet on Ocarina.
We have a 13th place finisher.
Congrats to Levi. I believe that's the first finisher who was in the Scrubs tournament for Season 1. He wasn't sure about competing. I know that he wasn't feeling fully with it beforehand, so GG to Levi. All right, Cesar about to head off to Ganon's castle.
Oh. Peace.
Deep Fire. And Deep Fire before GTG, as chat was saying earlier, is defensible. Zelda gives you double defense, which means that Zelda does not give you the lens. So lens is in Ganon's castle, and Deep Shadow is just not a good play. Yeah, that's also a good question.
That's a good question.
A good question.
That's a good question.
That's
That's a good
also a
question.
good question. I mean, we do have the gold gauntlets. So light trial is definitely possible. Gold
At this
gauntlets.
point,
Yeah.
but at this point, Doc's not gonna go for the Yeet Rock, right? Because long shot's incoming.
Yeah, he's gonna find the long shot and run. And gold gauntlets were in early shadow, yes. Cesar having a bit of trouble with this fight here. Not taking much damage, so not a big deal, but losing a bit of time. We've got our 15th place finisher here. No validation here, so maybe one of our other runners will show us what was in the validation chest.
So,
It was the one to the left of the invisible chest in the like room. Yep. Nice bomb shoe strats there. If you've got a bunch of them, might as well. Might be a little bit slower, but it's pretty safe.
Doc's got the long shot. And this is go mode.
Yep, there we go. There's the immediate serenade. So, and he has the boss key, so Doc Heaps is only about 3 minutes behind Cesar when all is said and done. More like 5, I guess. Congrats to another finisher, Dev Team here in 16th place. Sub 315. Just watch me. I can die there with double defense. Yeah, and there's our 17th place finisher. And 315. Yes, congrats. We've had a good showing from Brazilian runners today. Our overall winner, and looks like Cesar's going to be first on the restream.
Shouts to our Brazilian community. Also, big shout outs to our trackers for possible. Show them some love. Follow.
Yeah, they've done a great job so that we as commentators are free to say completely inane things like talking about Baronade instead of having to worry if we know what items each person has. Ooh, no one cycle on Morpha from Doc Heaps. All right, let's get that bacon.
Who's hungry?
Dipping water up to the key isn't that bad. You're going to have to do it anyways. Doing more than that would be a bit sad, but I mean, our runners are all fairly close. The only real problem would be Goldfish doing Shadow at this point, but they've already done Ice. All right, so Doc Heaps with the 6th medallion. We are ready to see the final few hits on Ganon from Cesar. Incoherent is now just finishing up that last dungeon too. And Goldfish just needs that long shot and light arrow. So
Very clean Ganon fight.
very good job. We're going to wait about 15-20 seconds for that final hit, but here comes our first finisher on Restream. Get your GGs ready. And there we go, finishing in 18th place with an official time of 3:18:39. Congratulations. Let's see if we're going to get an interview here. As Doc Heaps starts the climb to these final couple fights.
Going through water. Time. Fish does not have a shot at the moment.
The boss key is pretty soon. We will see if Goldfish keeps going after grabbing that or not. We do have...
Just a real quick, Cesar will be joining us for a interview, but is currently going to be away for just a second. But they'll pop in any moment.
Sounds good. Meanwhile, we have two finishers, 19th and 20th with a snipe, followed by our 21st place finisher, Ace Slayer 12, the Light Sword, and Holy Sparks. Followed immediately by 22nd place, Aston 1988. So all of these runners within 30 seconds of each other.
There's some big snipes there.
All right, here's the boss key in water. Oh, Goldfish is going to keep going. Welcome on in.
Oh, sister. Congratulations.
GG's.
Hello? Hello?
Whoa, can you hear us?
Oh, now I can hear.
Perfect. GG's.
Thank
GG.
you so much. Thanks,
Great run.
guys. Thank you so much. I like it. The sea was very good. Very challenge, I think. But I like it.
Uh,
Thank you so
yes.
much for DGs.
So you were first on the
Definitely.
restream.
Oh, the first one.
Yeah, you were the first.
Wow. Wow. But at the race I was, I think, the 90th. Yeah, 90th.
Yeah. Oh, you finished 18th place.
18th.
Yeah, with
yeah,
318.
18th. Yeah, 3:18:39. That was very nice, and that was for my first live race. I hope I can do a little more, but I'm in another tournament, so on Saturdays and Sundays I can't play, and I live in Europe, so the time doesn't help me a little. But I think I can do 2 more live races.
Sounds good. And as I'm sure you know, and just to remind some of our watchers, there are async races that our racers can do if they can't make the live times, just to fill out their set of 7 races for qualification.
Yeah. Very nice.
So Cesar,
Wow.
actually, some of our viewers had a question. Actually, us commentators also had the same question. I wanted to know what went on in your mind, how you left the skulls so late before you started doing them.
I was trying to, I have the hints for 2 items, right? And so I tried to find the strength upgrade. I tried to find the another one, but I guess it's strength locked, probably. And the boomerang, I need the roots ladder. So when I find the roots ladder, I rush for the skulls for the 20. And when I rushed the 20, I thought, and I remember a lot of skulls inside Jabu 4, so I can do 24, and other ones, and I can complete for the third. And I left behind because there was the things I have certain where they are. So I still needed the long shot. I still needed the the golden scale, and for the water temple, for the dive in the lab. So I left behind for. I want left behind. So when I need to rush, I rush. I guess I rush the 20 schools in 3 or 5 minutes, like this, something like this.
Yeah, we definitely noticed that. It was a really quick rush. It was very good job.
Thanks.
I'm just going to jump in here to say Doc Heaps has now finished 23rd place with a 3:25.02. So let's see if he's going to join us for an interview as well. But yeah, so you were talking about looking for that other strength. It was in Shallow Shadow Temple. So walk behind Magic, which was in Spirit, and I believe the other was also in Shadow.
Yeah, probably. And I Shadow will be Shadow. I will enter Shadow just in last case. I didn't want enter Shadow, but when I found the long shot in GTG was my go mode, and so thank God, no Shadow, no stun Shadow.
And just the order you did things in paid out too. You were able to get the fire boss key and leave, the water boss key and leave. Each of our runners did more than needed of at least one of those dungeons.
Yeah, when I have water temple and fire temple as a medallion, I try to left these 2 temples for the last one because of this. If I it can do just these 2 temples in go mode, I do it better. Just find the boss key and go away. You know.
And it sounds like we have Doc Heaps in here. So
What's
GG.
up, everyone?
How's it going?
What's up?
So I have a question for you.
I have lots of questions.
So Stone Shadow.
Stone Shadow was a thing that I did. Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay, Stone Shadow, one thing. What about Deep Stone Shadow?
So, given everything that was still in logic outside of Hookshot, I was like, Lens just has to be there somewhere, right? It's got to be somewhere.
So based on the hints, Lens has to be in Ganon's castle. Because of Minuet, so Saria is his way of the hero, right?
Oh.
But that means that you can't get Minuet without completing Shadow.
I wondered about that.
So that means the second half of Shadow is out of logic.
Did I mention how much I hate Lens logic?
Same.
Have I expressed that enough?
You can always use no
Because I
more.
hate Lens logic.
I believe
I
this.
will continue to express that.
I believe the entire community dislikes Lens logic, but here we are.
There are no Lens settings that make the community happy.
Oh, so that means that I gotta go find Lens now, because I've got Strength 3 sitting in my inventory. As well as double magic.
We were wondering if you were gonna do Yeet Rock before GTG.
I thought about it and I was like, yeah, it's one check. And the odds of somebody going, because at that point I was just like, I've just got to pick a direction and gamble. I'm looking for long shot. I've been looking for long shot for the last hour and a half.
Wow.
I've got to like pick somewhere. So I was like, let's do Shadow first. Let's just gamble it. And then I'll go GTG next. And then I was going to do Ice after that. And then I was going to do Child Cleanup. And then I was going to cry. It was about the order that I had things.
So a couple things. First, thank you for the raid, Trent. Party of 2, GG on your finish. And we have a couple messages in chat thanking you for your Ice Arrow Bongo Bongo.
Yes!
No.
At that point, look, I had like done all of Shadow and found nothing useful. I was like, you know what, fuck it, let's just meme around a little bit. That's also why I did 2 Iron Knuckle, because I had the exact right amount for 2s. And I was like, you know what, I'm already gonna land like mid 20 something. Let's just have some fun.
Well, chat definitely appreciated it. We do have Incoherent making their way up to Ganon's castle now. Goldfish still looking for the long shot, gonna go through water. This deck is hinted dead, but
was water hinted dead?
no, they're on the river chest.
Oh, they're in the river. I was like, wait a second. One of the perks of doing early adult was finding that Deku Baron hint. That was beautiful.
By the way, only one of the runners on our stream went to Deku.
Yeah.
At the 1 hour mark after seeing the hint, so we are going to ask about that. I know that it's a good place for skulls, but maybe they weren't confident in Mido Skip.
Yeah, 20 and 30 being required today. That was a riot.
Yeah, and the question is, what do you do with 30? You were by far the fastest getting to skulls here, though Incoherent did catch up. Cesar here, who we have here in our conversation, really rushed them after like an hour, not many, but didn't get them much later than you did, 10 minutes tops. But you were the fastest getting those skulls.
Well, and the reason why I pushed it is I knew Boomerang was on 20, and I knew Silvers were on 30, and I had Letter, I had Mirror Shield, I had Requiem. I was like, shoot, I need to get 20 and 30 ASAP, because I can do both of those dungeons, and if they have progression, I'm golden. And so I did my very best to try to route as conveniently as possible, getting 20, which is why I did Forest when I did it, turned that in, went and switched time of day to pick up a few on my way to Jabu. So that way, right when I hit Child Spirit, I hit 30 on the money, went and did Adult, went and got Adult Spirit out of the way.
Yes, nice choice. Nice choice.
Yeah. And if I just hadn't found a hammer, I would have reversed into Wasteland and gone to Fortress, and it would have been fine, but we found Hammer, so I went away from it.
By the way, Chad is saying that bigger on sword, it was on Darunia.
Bigor,
Oh,
sorry.
it was on Darunia.
Wow, I never get this sword because Goron City was foolish, so
Yeah.
bye bye
You,
Goron sword.
Oh, Goron City was foolish?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was the third foolish hidden that I was missing.
Yeah. Goron City, Zora's Fountain, and Deku Tree.
Where was the Goron City foolish hidden?
Man, I don't remember.
No, that's fine. I just am surprised I never found it.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot who. I don't know if it was one of you, but someone went and did the Lake Hylia hints.
It was definitely not me.
Incoherent did it.
Was it
yeah.
incoherent? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I skipped the Lake Hylia childs, the hints and everything. Wow.
Yeah, and it looks like I just pulled up the restream. It looks like Goldfish is on the right direction.
Yep,
Mhm.
and has the boss key, so I don't know, I'd say we're probably gonna sub 4 this. Or come very close. It has been a while since we last had a finisher. Trent is still our last, most recent one, a bit over 6 minutes ago. We have a bit less than half of our runners. Yeah, 18 runners still going. But this is not going to be a bad set of times. I mean, Goldfish is pretty much 100% at the seat at this point, still looking to sub 4. I mean, no shadow.
I was getting there. After this, it was running pretty thin. And I hate items like long shot, mirror shield, hammer, when that's your go mode item, because you're just like, it could be anywhere.
Yeah, my go mode was the long shot.
Yeah, mine too.
I finished Spirit. I did the reverse desert and Fortress, GTG, and everything.
See, that's the smart play right there. The
Yeah.
dumb play is going and doing all of Shadow.
But watching this, Algotti, I guess he didn't go for Child Spirit because he doesn't have light arrows, right?
Light arrows are in GGG, so they'll find it in here.
Huh? Isn't Child Spirit?
Light arrows? No, light arrows are in the silver block room. In GGG.
Silver Block Room, yeah.
Yeah. Child Spirit was a wallet and a piece of art,
Wallet.
plus a skull that a bunch of you grabbed.
Well, their wallet.
I was really hoping for a key there because I was so worried that I wasn't going to find magic.
Me too.
I was like, if I have to do Adult Spirit without magic, I'm going to lose my shit.
Yeah.
And then it's
that's
just
where you get
there in Spirit. Or Adult Spirit, excuse me.
Wasn't the first time you like something like that in this seed either, because you also went to the bottom well without bombs, or without bomb shoes even, right? I think.
Yeah.
Or no, you did have bomb shoes.
Man, that wasn't the first, not the second, not the third time I find a bomb bag inside the bottom of the well going without bombs.
That does still happen a lot.
Man.
Yeah, no, I laughed at the bomb bag, and then just thought, oh, it's just gonna be bomb bag, and turned around and there's mirror shield. That's like, oh, or a bomb lock mirror shield. That works too.
Yeah.
Also, shout outs to me being a total dum dum, farming rupees in Kakariko to buy a shield, buy the shield, and then immediately remember that I had mirror shield, and then find 2 more shields in Forest Temple. I was like, because I bought the shield so that I didn't have to do shield this Forest Temple. Remember to add a mirror shield, and then find 2 fucking more shields in Forest Temple. I was so angry.
The Highland Shield in Forest Temple was my first Highland Shield.
Yeah. Oh, that was a nightmare. And then forgot that I went to do Bomb 2 bowling and walked in with 29 rupees. And the lady just looked at me like, "You're an idiot." And I was like, "I'm an idiot."
We have a snipe here. Dark Dillion finishing in 28th place, 1 second ahead of Le Plupir. And only 30 seconds later, Weasel 2366 finishing in 30th place. Incoherent is about to finish now, just about to get the last blow on Ganon. There it is, 31st place. Time of 3:37.23. GG. Let's see if he's able to come in here for an interview as well.
Incoherent's comment in race time is asking me about time of day.
Will do. Sounds good.
We have a lot of
yeah, no Sun Song, so that was a thing for 30 Skulls.
Yeah.
I
30
really had
skulls without Samsung, it's
Yeah, I really had to finagle it for time of day to try to maximize getting skulls, but it was not easy.
mhm.
I noticed, Cesar, you a lot of the skulls because nighttime. You did nighttime Kakariko, and I think a couple of other.
Yeah, when I
Oh.
when I was rushing the schools, I tried to use the nighttime using the warp songs, going to places the time doesn't go on, and keep the schools in that places. And after, and the last I picked up the schools in Lake Hylia, when the time goes on, and I try to optimize the time of day and max or pick up more schools.
I think that routing thing was really fast.
Yeah, I guess I picked up some 15 or 20 schools in 5-6 minutes, I guess.
Welcome on in, Incoherent. GG.
GG, man.
GG's.
So, time of day.
Yeah, that was a thing. Not only did I get locked out by the castle gate the first time, but the second time when I was about to go back, I went, wait a second, it's going to happen again. Let me go do Baron Stone Deku for 3 skulls in time of day.
Yeah, we were going to ask about that. That makes a lot more sense. We were wondering why you were doing Goma, but time of day explains it quite well.
I also didn't know it was a stone, to be fair, but
Okay.
it was Baron Deku, and I was going just for the skulls and then Goma, and hoping it wasn't a stone. And also the Jabu wasn't a stone.
So you did know it was Baron.
I knew it was Baron, I didn't know it was a stone.
Yeah,
I
we
did
know.
skip a couple things in there.
Yeah, we noticed you pick up a couple of the chests, but otherwise, yeah, it was interesting watching that. That explains it quite well. So thank you. We were going to ask you about that. So how do you feel about the seed? What are your thoughts on it?
I can think of a couple things I would have done differently, maybe like go to Spirit over Water or something, but even that, like, I was still looking for magic, and I thought I was going to get locked out of Spirit.
Yeah, definitely. I know. So when you did that, I had said that I personally would have done Spirit, but I really doubt it made that much of a difference. You were going to have to find the boss key in Water no matter what.
Yeah.
But arguably, at that point, if I'd gone to Spirit, I would have been in Go mode at the end of Spirit and just Furora's through it and done a lot less stuff in Water. And then all the Fire, because Fire is a jerk.
Hey, I'm in that club, except for Compass Chest, because I was a dum-dum. And decided, you know what, if this is my long shot, then I'm just going to last location it.
Wow.
Yeah, so, I mean, for someone who is saying that they had trouble with time of day, you did a really good job of collecting skulls, especially as a child.
And when I got locked out, I went to Night Cack. All right, I have, what, 3 sticks or something? This is not going to work very well. I made it work somehow. And then I'm like, wait a second, I have all the pieces for Bottom of the Well. Let's just go in there and see what's there. And then, of course, it was hinted, so There you go.
Yeah, it was hinted. You did have the bomb shoes earlier than anyone else from Gerudo Valley, and then as you eventually saw, there were a ton more in Dodongo. But that definitely probably made you more confident going to well than some of the other runners who didn't have the bomb shoes at that point.
Yeah, definitely. I could full clear. I knew with the bomb shoes. Just it's 3, I think, to full clear if I have to do the basement, which I didn't.
Yep. So, I mean, despite those early issues, you did a very good job of keeping up with our restream. So, congrats on that. So just for all of you, moving forward, like for the next race or your next async, are you planning to take out of this experience today?
To remember that lens logic is a thing that I still hate. Which means that I gotta remember to consider that when I'm thinking about checks, because I just totally didn't even think like, oh yeah, Sarius is way of the hero, because lens has to be somewhere in Ganon's castle.
Yeah, so
I
chat
thought it was
just
locking
confirming.
magic. Like I thought that
That's
okay,
Len.
I need if magic and lens are both available, then Sarius isn't way of the hero. So obviously magic is behind this somewhere, right? No.
Yeah, for me, I hope don't find lens, never. I don't like to find lens of truth because of the logic. And try to improve my execution. Some temples were a mess. Like first temple with the Stalfos, I died twice. I don't know
Yeah,
why, but
at least it was the first set and not the group in the middle. You didn't lose too much time from that. I'd say overall, your
Mhm.
dungeon performance was solid, apart from those deaths there.
Yeah, those two deaths, wow, killed me, literally killed me, cause I don't die there. I don't know what happened. The Stalfos was using the biggest shield. I don't know, but I died twice and I take a little tilt, but I can come back, relax, and do it again.
Yeah, you recovered nicely. Also, just passing this along from chat in case any of you haven't seen, Lens is the ZL check-in light trial.
Oh, it's okay. I'm actually
Whoa.
in Ganon's castle right now,
Again,
trying to find
yes.
lens, because I was just like, I gotta find it.
Yeah, just based on that Saria's Way of the Hero and the Scrubs lens logic, which remember is different from weekly lens logic, it had to be the Zelda Light Arrows cutscene, which we saw was double defense, or in Ganon's castle. And in fact, it is locked behind Strength 3 in Shadow.
Gross.
Whoa.
But also, fun fact: fire arrows are in Ganon's castle too. In case anyone was wondering, as I'm like rummaging through Ganon's castle.
All right, we've had a few new finishers, 32nd, 33rd, and 34th. Goldfish is close to getting that long shot. Still a few more minutes, but it still does look like a really good chance of sub 4 there.
Wow. Where was Song of Time?
Ice.
Ice Cavern. Oh.
Ice Cavern.
Yep, we saw that from Goldfish, who went there to grab some skulls.
Yeah, I avoid Ice Cavern too.
Yeah, I didn't touch Ice Cavern.
Yeah, so we were talking about this a bit, or I guess I was. So I ran some numbers before the season started about these settings. Ice and Well have a required about the same amount of the time, roughly 50%. But for Ice, that's mostly the song. And so as a result, even though it's the same percent, they're just very different plays.
Yeah, usually if I'm missing a song, I will have more of an inclination, or if Letter's Way of the Hero, I'll more likely do ice. But in this case, Song of Time, I knew River was dead. I only left Toilet for Song of Time checks, and I just said, you know what, it's not worth it.
Speaking of toilet, Fish is doing it right now.
Let's see toilet.
Yeah,
Got our-
just real quick, just so everyone is aware, we are going, since Goldfish is pretty close to finishing, we are going to watch until they are done and get them in for an interview if they so choose. If any of you guys need to head out, by all means go ahead, but if you want to stick around for when Goldfish comes in, I mean, obviously you're welcome as well. While we are waiting, I just wanted to give a GG's to all of you and our runners, and if you are interested, there is still plenty of time to join in on this tournament. It is open, so all you have to do is just start running some asyncs or running the live races. Please go ahead and check out our Discord, and we'll get you all the information that you need. So let's see what's on this toilet.
Yeah. I gotta go because here it's almost 3 a.m. and
Oh
I
my
gotta
God.
leave. Yeah, I live in Spain.
Thank you for coming by for the race.
Nah, no problem. Man. I hope I can participate more in other live races. Thanks so much, guys.
Hey,
Thank you for
GG.
coming.
See ya. GG for all.
We've got some OG Scrubs finishers from Season 1, Sharky in 35th. We've got Johnny Game Show in 36th. So, people who have been really closely involved with setting up this whole Scrubs experience from the beginning.
Yeah, no. All things considered, this was a pretty nice seed. Things were generally in the way, and then your last two, probably most people's last items, long shot and light arrows, were in the same location. So 30 skulls can be hard, especially for newer runners without Sun Song. But I felt like it gave you enough tools to be able to get skulls without breaking too much of a sweat. It wasn't one of those where you had 31 in logic and you had to get 30. It gave you a lot of variety to do different skulls, so I thought it was a pretty forgiving seed that way for a skull seed.
Mm-hmm. Though before those bombs, it was looking a little bit tight.
Yeah, and that sadly that early adult gave hook shot, but really didn't give anything. Also, Mido's house. Can we talk about Mido's house where you got boot %?
He just really likes shoes, okay?
Mido has good taste in shoes.
We had 3/4 of fashion % there because the Zora tunic was there too, remember?
Yeah. Oh yeah, we were one item from fashion %.
Here's Goldfish picking up the long shot. So just a few more minutes to go here.
Fashion % is my new favorite category, where you just have to get all the tunics and boots.
I mean, I only sort of ironically stream this with the fashion tag when I do play Ocarina, so...
Joe, I forgot that when you play with the with some of these dev builds, it kind of messes a little bit with your cosmetics. And I forgot to change my tunic colors. So I had to play with boring vanilla colors the whole time.
Yeah, we were wondering about that.
I was so angry when I hit start and it was this like boring green Kokiri tunic. I was like, come on!
Yeah, we didn't get your Dr. White Coats going.
Classic white coat!
It's very sad.
I was sad. I almost like I kind of wanted to pause and like reload the scene, and I was like, it's gonna take 2 minutes, and I can't do that.
I think that would be the definition of a meme start, and that's banned.
Oh. But where appropriate, I tried to have a little bit of fun with the meming. Throwing some ice arrows and do some bomb 2 strats. And I also picked up the diving minigame, which was my biggest accomplishment for today.
Yeah, so cheating in the lab was interesting with the gold scale on top of the lab.
Yeah, I was all ready to cheat it, and then wait a second, I don't have to.
I'll never cheat. Talking about.
See, and I did the opposite. I cheated it, and then went and did Scarecrow, top of the lab, and I was like, wait a second.
Well, because at that point I was still pretty sure that, like, oh, obviously magic is behind Sarius, because that's what gets you into Shadow. No. Thanks, Lens Logic.
No, it was just Len sitting in Spirit, or in Light Trial.
Alright, there's Morpha down. So, sub 4 is going to be tight, especially since we have to watch this cutscene, and no big Goron sword. Might be a little over 4, but still a good run, especially doing ice and falling a little bit behind on skulls.
Yeah. Yeah, I always hate those moments where, you know, I had Hammer halfway through Spirit and was only missing a long shot, knowing that I'd get a hint about light arrows. And just saying, okay, where's my next gamble? For me, that's the hardest part of Rando. Like, early game makes sense, mid game makes sense, and you get to the late game and you're just like, I'm missing Mirror Shield, or I'm missing Long Shot, and it could just be any one of these 70 checks that I've got left. And then just going, how can I make this the most efficient?
Yeah, at some point you just go for density, and it has to be somewhere. The game gives you items just because they have to be somewhere.
Yeah.
And as Chad is pointing out, magic is also behind Sarius. So Sarius is way of the hero for that. Since you need Sarius to get Requiem. Since you can't do Forest, you can't get Minuet without it. And then Requiem was necessary for... Wait, was it though?
Well, with no magic, you can't cross the wasteland in Logic, so I guess that's true.
Right, yeah. Right, because it's like, yes, we can get long shot, we have opponents, but you still need the magic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it was so funny because I remember sitting, I don't remember where I was going through Fire, trying to think through, like, why is DMC way the hero? It's like, sorry, it's Forest Access. And I was like, okay, what did Forest lock? Forest had Rudos. Did Rudos lock anything for Shadow? No, because you can get magic independent of that.
Rudas was in DC, there was nothing in Forest.
Oh, sorry,
There was a scale in Forest.
Scale and two meme
Scale was in
items.
Forest. That's what it was. I was like, I know something was in Forest. But I was just like, nothing in Forest or around Forest locks anything in Shadow. I was like, why?
Obviously, ice arrows were in Forest. Obviously.
And the paperweight.
For my out of logic bongo.
Yes. Oh, we very much appreciated your bongo fight.
I just wish I would have remembered sooner. I remembered after first cycle, I was like, wait a second. I have ice arrows. What am I doing?
Congrats,
I was worried about the whole magic thing. And I was going to do Child Spirit up to the checks you can do with sticks, and then I got locked out, and I was very sad. And if I hadn't gotten locked out, I would have definitely gone adult faster.
Yeah. Well, and then, you know, I don't think Incoherent you were on when I said this, but I was really worried going Child Spirit of being locked out and then not having magic and then having to do magic shenanigans in Spirit just for it to be sitting in Adult Spirit.
We have a couple more finishers here. GG, 39th place going to Judge Leto. And Goldfish about to fight Ganondorf. Not trusting himself with the long shot instead of the hammer, but I have been knocked off enough times to feel that.
Someday I will trust myself.
I really want them to sub for this.
It's gonna be really tight.
I think it's gonna be almost too tight, but I really want it.
I think you need a 1 cycle here to have any shot.
Just so everyone is aware, this might be something we have to look into at a later time. But just so everyone is aware, at the current moment, the runner who finished in first place just undone and then forfeited. So potentially their finish may not have actually been a finish. We'll obviously take a look at it in terms of things, but just so everyone is aware, that just happened.
Yeah, I saw that on the race time.
Yeah, so at a minimum, that will affect the places that we see coming into chat as we finish up here.
Oh, Goldfish, it's gonna be so close.
I don't know. With that final cutscene, I don't think it's doable.
I don't think it is, but I wanted it so bad.
Oh, also remember our timer is a minute off because Doodle started a minute late, so it is 4 hours right now.
Happy 4-hour mark.
Happy 4 hours.
Oh, so close.
All right, on to stage 2. Well, there's a hit, but we have double defense. Not in too much danger here.
Ooh, that was such a nice find. Because I hadn't, I hadn't picked up ladder or cutscene yet, and so going into Ganon's castle and finding double defense was quite a nice hookup.
Another hit, but we are almost done. Plenty of health left, no danger. There it is, getting ready for the final hit. Looks like it will be sub 402, not quite sub 4, but still a solid showing here.
Alright, get your GGs ready.
And there it is. Goldfish is finished in 40th place with a time of 4:01:51. GG, let's see if they're going to get in here for an interview too.
Whoop, whoop.
All right, they'll be coming in any minute now. Welcome on in, GG Goldfish.
GG.
Hey, you did a lot, but go ahead.
I got some questions from the Goldfish coming from the chat. So, first question that I have here is, we wanted to know why you ignored the going to the bottom of the well for so long.
I never had Way of the Hero for it until after I cleared well. The only Way of the Hero I had before actually knowing what the Way of the Hero was Death Mountain Crater, which is for magic and spirit.
Oh, that's funny. Do you want to know why I was Way of the Hero?
What?
Because the
DMC?
lens is in Ganon's castle.
No, but see, I knew it couldn't be for Force. Well, Force X I was looking at it, it's like, well, it can be for... Force was barren, so it had to be for Requiem, so I knew that Spirit either had lens or magic, or locked lens or magic in some way, shape, or form to clear Shadow out. Otherwise, you could just get there with Minuet. So I knew that I was trying to follow that DMC for a while until I found that magic. But yeah, otherwise, the other 4 Way of the Heroes, I had already found the Way of the Hero item by the time I got the hint.
Okay, well, that definitely explains things. Oh, that was the only question that I see here.
Yeah. So could you talk about your ice play? I don't think it was necessarily a bad decision, but you were the only one to go to ice. So maybe could you talk about your decision and thought process there?
So I knew I'd hit 20 skulls and get the boomerang, so I knew there's 4 skulls in Jabu, and I figured I could just do the 3 skulls in ice while also clearing checks. So I just kind of did it as a way to skull route as well as getting checks along the way, because I was still missing like 4 items at that point. So I thought it was a decent way to route in both skulls and checks at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I personally would have done it, but I think that logic works reasonably well. You were close on skulls. It's also the sort of play where obviously it didn't have the item that you needed, but if it did, that was going to bump you way up in the finishing ranking.
It definitely wasn't as good when Fountain was hinted Baron, because that removes like 3 checks from the play, but I still thought it was a decent play to get checks and skulls at the same time.
Yeah, it's one of those plays that when it pays out in spades. It pays out so nicely, but when it doesn't, it just feels like you wasted so much time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's especially, so we don't know the exact way that points are computed, but it's worth mentioning last season, there were some people who dipped a stone Jabu without boomerang, and it ended up having a key item that saved an hour over most of the other racers. It made a big deal.
Right?
Pardon?
Qual 4?
Yep, Qual 4.
I've heard stories of the legendary Qual 4, so...
Oh, it was truly legendary.
It doesn't have to be the highest percentage play, it just has to be right.
Just has to be.
Just don't make bad decisions.
Oh, yeah. No, I always tell people, do you know what the difference is between good plays and bad plays? Good plays have your items and bad plays don't.
Solid advice.
And even if it was a bad play, doesn't mean it's made off of a bad decision.
Yeah.
No, the one part where I dingus is I went into water. I'm just like, oh yeah, I can drop For's Wind in the boss room, find boss key, and then I got there. I'm just like, I need long shot drop For's Wind here. It's just dumb.
Yo, I did the same thing. Like I realized as I was like swimming up, so I didn't quite do it. But I was like, I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna drop Aurora's, like fine. And then I like got in water and I was like, or I won't. That's fine.
Yep. Okay, so I wasn't the only one that dingus that.
Oh, I definitely did that. That exact same thought process crossed my mind.
It's like, oh yeah, this is great. I'll just drop For's Wing, get my boss key, and come back later with long shot. Second thought, I won't drop For's Win. I'll get my boss key, come back with long shot.
I still wish you could reach that with hover boots, because it just drives me nuts. That's like the only one place that requires long shot.
Yeah, but then you could just beat Morph with hook shot, and you just wouldn't need long shot ever.
And then we wouldn't be in this situation.
Yeah.
I don't see the problem. While we're at it, can we just get rid of Lens of Truth just altogether?
Let's also just remove all of the checks locked by Lens, and then we don't have to worry about deciding on Shadow.
Just have Lens game be Keezy.
Yeah. Or we can just set it to be a Bloopy. Yeah.
Or turn it off like 40-50 and Mask of Truth and things like that.
40-50, all of Shadow Temple, all of Well.
Oh my gosh, could you imagine? Just like turn off everything but Mido's house. Mido's just has bow, light arrows, and magic and open bridge, and that's my kind of seed right there.
I was kind of sad the fourth check in Mido's house was not the Goron tunic.
Oh my gosh.
Because that would have been legendary.
I was waiting for
both boots
shot.
and both tunics. And I'm just like, boot 1, boot 2, tunic 1, where's tunic 2? Oh, sad.
Oh. We could have had the true fashion percent in Mido's house.
Yeah.
We did 1, 2, and then of course it had to be somewhere dumb like Shoot the Sun.
Yeah, but while it was early, so I just bought one off the shop.
Yeah, that's what I ended up doing. Well, full clearing my Baron Goron city.
I fortunately only did like the Goron, but I came close to a lot of other checks there.
I did every single one because I never got the hint.
Oh, you did miss Darunia, that's why. No one on stream had the Bigoron sword.
That's where it was.
Where was Skullmask hint? That was the other one that I was missing, and I was just like praying that Longshot wasn't on Skullmask.
Oh, I got it. It was like 5 nuts. It was nuts, I think.
Yeah, I definitely saw it. I don't remember where it was. Like back of lake or something. I don't know.
I definitely didn't do back of lake. It could have been there, but there was definitely a hint not back of lake or by Deku. Because I got it and it was like 5 nuts if I remember right.
Levi's memeing in chat saying they want to do a 1 Triforce piece hunt.
Create the race room, let's go.
We'll do a salty run back right now.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay, but this counts as your next qual.
Yo, if I can get like a 45-second it sitting in Mido's house or something, like I'd be good with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem with that though is that your best result gets removed.
Well, I mean, this isn't gonna be that, so
you have to do it twice.
So far, I've done this in an async, and I have done very poorly on both of them. So it can only go up from here.
That's the spirit.
Yeah.
And honestly, given your results, I wouldn't be surprised.
All right. Is there any final questions that we have for our runners? All right. Well, just want to say thank you to everyone. Let's do our times for our shout outs. Big, huge thank you to our trackers. We had Seabuff33, Deadly Thunder, Dreads and Cats, and Ryu Kane. Thank you so much. You all make this happen. A huge shout out to the 2 commentators who have been amazing, Arugula and Phil's Good Man TV. Thank you very much for your great commentary. You've been very entertaining to listen to. And of course, to our runners, those who we had on Restream, Goldfish, Dr. Heaps, Incoherent, and Caesar Martin's 12. Please give them a follow. Watch them do all of their other races and tournaments that they're all involved in. That's going to do it for us here. Let's talk about what's upcoming next. We have more qualifying races. Qualifier 3 is tomorrow, July 4th at 2 p.m. UTC, 10 a.m. for those in Eastern. We also have Qualifier 4 the next day on the 5th. The 5th qualifier is July 9th, and the 6th will be on the 11th. Please go ahead and, if you are interested, by all means, go ahead and join them. For now, what we'll be doing is we're going to go ahead and say hello to those over at ZSR and raid them because they are doing the Freaky Friday. So we'll say hi to them. So for all of us, have a great rest of your evening or super late at night, depending on where you are. And we'll catch you next time. Bye, everybody.
Thank you so
Bye.
much, everyone.
Hi, all.